odd this year. We got heavy rain in late June and through a lot of July and 5 inches or so in August. Way more than we ever get. And last year we just got dumped on the end of August. This year that's been the best weather we've had all summer.
Well, maybe it'll stay that way.
Who knows?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think we gave it the office already. We had enough rain to last us. So, yeah.
And then your cabin is clear at the end of the lower lake, right?
So it's about 5.5 miles down on the south shore, so maybe 6.
All right.
After spending the night in our tent, the next day we are fortunate. We run across an old trapper's cabin way back in the woods. So we just haul all our gear through the woods to the cabin. I have this feeling we're being watched. The little cabin is a solid one, equipped with bear-proof windows. It was built entirely with an axe and wedge, and the cracks are chinked with moss. The floor is laid with split logs, and the old stove is made from an oil drum. The next morning, we looked this country over, and the beauty is breathtaking, wild and remote, just like we expected. A Zodiac raft will provide us with easy access in this valley. That would probably be otherwise impossible by foot. Our 12-foot raft is equipped with a hopefully dependable 10-horse motor. The first couple of days, the weather is calm and beautiful, and the water is an icy turquoise blue. The color is caused by glacial rivers feeding the lake. As we head up the lake, the first 10 minutes out, we spot 2 handsome caribou bulls, and they don't seem to be too concerned by our presence. There's only one person that lives in this vast remote country, Dick Proenneke. He's 75 years old and fit as a fiddle. In fact, he's never been sick, not even a cold.
Dick, what's this hanging in the tree here?
That's the running gears of Martin. The wolf caught him on the lake and pulled his eye off.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But Come on, you guys.
He came up here 24 years ago
Roll up.
and built this little cabin. And he's
Come on.
been here ever since.
Come on. Come on. Attaboy.
He seems to be a completely contented man. And I don't think he wants for anything more than he already has.
That's my friend. And I don't know how many years them guys been here. One of them especially. Just, they're the Crow family, you know.
Oh, are they?
They lived a long time.
It was back in 1965 when Dick first came to Twin Lakes following an accident that nearly cost him his eyesight while working as a diesel mechanic on Kodiak Island.
I decided that I would quit this racket of pouring Babbitt metal and that sort of thing and working with dirt falling in your eyes from under heavy equipment and that, and I would go to Twin Lakes and build me a cabin and enjoy my eyesight a little bit if I had any left. My logs were well seasoned, and I would say about a third lighter than they was when I stacked them to dry. I worked 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and in 10 days' time I had the heavy logs up. I think there is a lot of satisfaction in having everything that you made yourself. You know, like even your door hinges and everything, cut her out by hand with the tools you got. I moved in August the 1st. There was still work to be done, but it was livable.
Few of us pass even a day without seeing another person. But to Dick, the isolation would often last 6 weeks or more. We wonder, what would it be like to live so alone?
Come on here. Come on. I can't say that I was ever lonely. I was always busy. I always had something going, observations to make, or wood to cut, or letters to write, or something. It seemed that the time was short to get everything done.
The canoe was Dick's only transportation during the summer, providing the wind wasn't blowing. Then he was forced to walk the shoreline. The canoe enabled Dick to travel greater distances and carry heavy loads, which would be much more difficult on foot, for the Alaskan bush can be tough going. In all the years that Dick has traveled Twin Lakes by canoe, he has avoided a tragic mishap by just being cautious.
I've never had any trouble with the canoe on the lake, but if I did, it would probably be the last time because this water is very cold, and I doubt that if I was 200 yards from shore that I would make it to shore. I find that a person alone is much more cautious than when you have someone with you, because you know that if you mess up, why, that's it.
Always with his camera gear, Dick hiked hundreds of miles in search of wildlife that he would capture on film, using his trusty 16mm Bolex movie camera. The abundance of grizzlies in the surrounding mountains above Dick's cabin were always good subject matter for the camera, and he would often recognize individual animals year after year. During the winter months, it was not uncommon for the temperature to drop to 52 degrees below zero. But this didn't keep Dick inside. He would then resort to snowshoes to cope with the deep snow. Oftentimes, Dick's friends would depend on his handouts to survive the long, cold winter months.
I knew this ermine was in the woodpile, and so I went for a scrap of meat to tack to a wood log there and see if I could get him out for pictures. Put the meat on the wood log and then went for my camera gear, and when I came back, sure enough, he was there. And an ermine, when he gets to taste of blood, he becomes very bold, and it was no problem to get good footage.
Winter, frozen beauty at 50 below. Why would Dick stay here? Perhaps curiosity, or maybe just for the silence and solitude.
The ice breakup is a great event in the wilderness because it means the end of a long winter. After about 7 months, you're really happy to see the ice go out. And here you have pretty much all of the game. You have sheep, and you have bear, and caribou, and moose, and many places have more of each, but not all of them. So that makes Twin Lakes a little bit special. In summer, I fished quite a bit. I lived on trout to a great extent for meat and berries. But I didn't kill any big game because for one man, it's too much meat. Too much would go to waste.
When Dick was not out filming or fishing for dinner, he kept busy writing, keeping daily journals of everyday life at Twin Lakes. And now, over 30 years later, Dick Proenneke is still here. It's home. It's one man's wilderness. Dick keeps his food high up in this little cache, so the animals won't get to it. His diet consists mostly of simple foods. Fuel, he calls it, like oatmeal mixed with raisins and honey, some meat and sourdough biscuits and gravy, and spuds, and of course fish. And there's always a kettle of beans on the stove. Dick's only neighbors are the animals, and he knows many of them individually. grizzly bears, moose, and sheep, and even this little duck, a blue-winged teal, who stops over and rests at Dick's Cove on his yearly migration. He says the same little duck has been stopping over for the past few years. Dick's an intelligent, well-read man with so many exciting experiences. And it's not that he doesn't like people. He does. But he just chooses this peaceful solitude. Dick Proenneke is himself an accomplished photographer. Writers have written stories about his lifestyle and experiences, although he's not always in complete agreement with what is written.
You must remember, there's another guy, a writer, involved in that, and sometimes he would change things. He thought it sounded better, and I'd go all about it, but he insisted.
He tell his own story.
You read something I don't recognize. Just because it sounds better to him.
Writers are that way, aren't they?
They are that way. They got to have their own way.
Yeah. Much bigger body, too, aren't they? You can...
Yeah.
They're real chunky. They're laying about, only 20 feet apart. So you think they'd let you approach them pretty close, huh?
No, I think they would.
Yeah?
As long as you're below,
Yeah,
within good range with your rig anyway.
yeah.
I seen them messing around, and one would stop, and the other would go ahead, and both of them just turn suddenly and run down the mountain, and then just make a right and come together like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. When they came running down the mountain and then turn and then come together. But after they hit, then they was old buddies. And they
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
what about the business?
Held no grudge, huh?
No trouble.
Yeah.
Anytime they fight, they don't hold a grudge. They'll feed together, and while they're fighting some minor ram, he'll be making time with the girls, you know.
Yeah.
We spend each day hiking miles over the soft tundra and through the thick, low brush. And the camera gear does get heavy. Even though we know there are a good number of animals and a variety of wildlife in the area, the thick brush and timber make it easy for them to be elusive. We stop frequently to glass. Now, we have surprised a magnificent bull caribou, and he seems reluctant to leave his territory. At this time of year, we don't see large herds of caribou, only lone bulls or maybe small groups of just 2 or 3. Some days we wander as far as maybe 5 miles from the cabin in search of animals. However, the long hikes are getting a little easier with each passing day. But with each passing day, the wind does get a little stronger, and the fall air gets a little cooler. As we near the cabin, the wind is blowing harder now and has stripped most of the leaves from the trees. And the sky is getting a little darker with rain clouds. A chilly rain hammers on the roof, but at least we stay nice and dry. We do feel, though, that valuable time is being wasted. But there's little to do, just sit and wait it out, I guess. Finally, with no prospect of improved weather conditions, we pump up our little stove and cook the grayling we caught.
Grayling looks good, Bob.
The next morning, we're greeted with a sunny day. Cold, but sunny. So we head down to the lake again to see how rough the water is. And sure enough, it's still blowing and still rough. While we're waiting for the lake to possibly calm down for us to cross, our time is well spent fishing for dinner. The fishing is almost always good, and graylings seem to be plentiful in this icy lake, and to us, the best eating. Other than grayling, we sometimes catch lake trout and dolly varden. To our surprise, a sockeye salmon has hit Bobby's spinner. And even though he's exhausted, he's putting up a gallant fight. This 10-pound fish fatigues quickly as a result of his long journey upstream of over 300 miles to reach his final destination.
We got him. We got him. Oh, look at that.
The hooked jaw and dog-like teeth are typical of the male species. And after spawning, the beautiful crimson red color soon fades to white.
Isn't he beautiful? Take two.
The wind is blowing hard this day, and we struggle with the decision to cross. Bad weather conditions have wasted too many days now. So we take the risk of getting ourselves and our equipment wet. Heading into a strong wind is a bit risky, and we realize the boat could actually flip over backwards. But unfortunately, it's the only way to the other side. In our effort to locate moose, we find ourselves crossing rivers and streams frequently. And it does one well to be sure-footed. Trying to find moose in this dense, thick underbrush can be difficult at times. And with limited visibility, we take each step with caution. You never know who you might be sharing the forest with. A sure giveaway is this bull's impressive and enormous white antlers. We've approached within 20 yards now, and we know to keep our distance when he warns us with a deep vocal clucking sound and smacking, salivating lips. We sense the need to take precaution and to not provoke an attack, so we keep our distance and depend on a long lens. The early stages of the breeding season have begun, and the bulls are gathering their harems. During this time, they become possessive and aggressive. Smaller bulls like this one generally keep their distance from the larger, more dominant bulls. However, a small bull can be just as dangerous. A bull's slow and cumbersome appearance is deceiving. With little provocation, they can charge with great speed and agility, and we have learned not to trust them. Hunting with a camera is like hunting with a rifle, as it helps to see the animal before he sees you. To our surprise, a big rock in the distance turns out to be a large grizzly bear. This time of year, the bears spend most of their waking hours bulking up on berries for the long upcoming winter sleep. Although there is a wide variety of berries to choose from in this valley, this bear seems to prefer the alpine blueberry. This mother and these two healthy-looking cubs slurp down ripe berries almost non-stop, sometimes consuming more berries than their digestive system can handle. Oops. This mother takes a break away from the berry picking to see if she can dig out a ground squirrel. The grizzly is built for digging and will dig with endless endurance to catch a squirrel, a good source of protein. I can't help but wonder while watching these bears dig if the energy gained is really worth the energy spent. Lucky for this squirrel, he had a back door. Later that evening on the way back to the cabin, we run head-on into another large bull. He's also irritated with the intrusion. Earlier today, we learned firsthand the habits and intentions of an angry bull moose. And this bull seems to have the same nasty temperament. He warns us to keep our distance by aggressively thrashing the willows with his heavy, sharp antlers. Nearing the rut season, he has a cow with him. They converse back and forth with low grunts, moans, and clucking noises. He moves ever so slowly, closer, closing the distance between himself and us. We now realize we are in a dangerous situation. We are between the bull and his cow. A moment after this, he charges, and we head for the nearest tree. This eagle sees what's going on. I think he's just waiting around to pick up the pieces. Sometimes we eat breakfast for supper, and sometimes we eat supper for breakfast. But it tastes mighty good either way.
It's pretty good, doesn't it? You think it'll rain like this all day?
Oh, I hope so.
The next morning, we sit down by the lake and glass the slopes. The fire feels good in the cool wind. The weather is nasty most of the time. We've been here about 2 weeks now and have had only a few good days. It's either blowing hard or raining or foggy, and the animals don't like this wind any more than we do. We have seen no movement on the far side this day. Bobby's fingers have become infected, and at first we think it might be a bug bite or possibly a poisonous plant. But we later learn the infection is called fish finger, a result of cleaning fish with sharp teeth. After the fog lifts, we spot a group of doll sheep high on the slope across the lake. They appear to be all rams. If the patch holds, we will head up the lake to the base of the mountain and make an attempt to approach the sheep. The hike up the mountain is long and steep, and the equipment is heavy. As we approach the sheep, we stop about every 20 feet so the sheep will feel that we are no threat to them. The view is nothing short of spectacular. High on the slope, we watch a bull caribou browsing. Caribou like foliage of many years' growth, and they travel great distances to find it. A sheep's eyesight is second to none, and these rams have watched our 2-hour approach from the very beginning. And as long as we keep our distance and stay within sight and keep directly below them, they don't seem to be overly concerned. This bachelor group of rams are good buddies now, but as the rut draws near in the next several weeks, they will clash horns violently to prove who is dominant. Rams do not associate with ewes during the summer months. In fact, the ewes and lambs spend their summer. There is plenty of grass now, but when winter arrives, these sheep will move to lower, wind-blown hillsides where they can find exposed vegetation. A healthy ram can weigh 250 to 300 pounds and usually lives 12 to 13 years. This full curl ram is in his prime, and the dark age rings on his horns indicate he is 8 to 9 years of age. The Dall sheep is the only white wild sheep in the world, and in Alaska their numbers are estimated at roughly 70,000. Surprising a mother bear and her cubs can be hazardous to your health. But lucky for us, she decides it's best to just take her cubs and move on. In the winter, the bears hibernate up in these high mountains. Although it's still only September, it won't be long before their only thoughts of eating turn to searching out a new den site. It's still September. We've been here 3 weeks now. The upper lake and the lower lake are connected by a stream. And because the wind is blowing so hard on the upper lake, we are forced to float our raft downstream to the lower lake, where the water will hopefully be more calm for the plane to pick us up. We give the river a try before we load the raft heavy with gear. Tough old Proenneke has walked about 5 miles through the thick, scratchy brush to meet us at the river. We sit and exchange a few last-minute stories as he prepares himself for the long hike back. Dick says my legs and my canoe provide my transportation. They take me as far as I care to go. Those are your hip waders, huh?
That's my hip waiter.
So long, Dick. We wish you well. It's hard not to worry a little about Dick. He's one man alone in this vast wilderness. But Dick told us this: why worry about something that isn't? Worrying about something that might have is not a healthy pastime. A man's a fool to live his life under a shadow like that. Maybe that's how an ulcer begins. It's hard to leave this remote wilderness, and we will miss our new friend, Dick Proenneke, and his stories. We promise to keep in touch, and we will surely return someday. It is now the morning of September the 22nd, the designated day we are to be flown out. Conditions are bad. The cold wind is blowing so hard we are almost certain the plane could not fly. But we're packed and prepared for pickup anyway. The rough water will make it difficult for the pilot to land. Another day goes by, September 23rd, and the relentless wind still blows. We sit by the lake just in case he should come, but we have our doubts. We're 3 days overdue now, but this morning we get a break. The wind has died down and the clouds are lifting. We are almost sure a plane will be in today. We spend this morning fishing for breakfast. The fish are hungry today. We catch a grayling with almost every cast. The morning silence is broken by the sound of a plane. It must be our ride out of here. The pilot of the plane informs us the reason for his late arrival was due to unusually high winds, the tail end of a hurricane off the coast of Japan. He also informs us that because of the smaller plane, it will be necessary to fly our heavier gear, such as a raft and fuel, to a hunting camp about an hour's flight downriver. Danny is particular in loading our heavy gear in order to properly balance the plane. When he returns, we load the remaining gear with no room to spare. Even the pontoons have been loaded. Looking down, my mind wanders back. The little log cabin on the river, sitting by the fire on the edge of the lake, listening to the loons, and watching the black silhouette of jagged spruce against the Alaskan sky. And I know that we need such silence and solitude.
To order a DVD or video cassette of Silence and Solitude, call this toll-free number or send check or money order to the address listed below.
Alaska. In a land where the promise of spectacular beauty lies just beyond each horizon. Take a journey that will have you wondering, what could possibly be more spectacular than what I'm looking at right now? Over Alaska.
Stay tuned to Iowa Public Television.
Next time on Nature, Alaska. In the midst of this natural splendor, a dark mystery is unfolding. Stellar sea lions are disappearing, and we don't know why. Searching for answers is filmmaker Shane Moore.
I've been following this story long enough to know that there's a long list of potential killers. There's lots of death, but no bodies.
Can we solve this mystery in Alaska before it's too late?
This evening at 7 on Iowa Public Television.
They say wilderness is what you find at the end of the road. And if you went beyond what most people call wilderness, you'd find Alaska, an expanse so vast, one could never know it all. But that may be just as well, because if there is the promise of more beauty over the next horizon, most Alaskans would say, what could possibly be more spectacular than what I'm looking at right now? This is a journey over land and by air to find the sheer spectacle of Alaska, to uncover the people and places, horizons and habitats that define America's 49th state, Alaska.
This program is made possible by Princess Cruises.
There's more of Alaska. More glaciers, more wilderness, more wildlife, more of everything. With Princess, where I belong.
This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Where hardwood forests give way to Alaska's rising interior sits Denali National Park. And where the land reaches up through the clouds sits Alaska's crowning glory, Mount McKinley, 20,320 feet, North America's tallest peak, a good mile higher than any other contenders in the lower 48. The Athabascan Indians call it Denali, the Great One. The first expedition to the top of McKinley was in 1910, but the climbers made a tactical error and found that they had ascended the wrong peak. 3 years later, Episcopalian minister Hudson Stuck made his way to the true summit of McKinley and found the best view of heaven mortal man could ever hope for. Denali is a preserve in the truest sense. Unlike many national parks in America, its ecosystem is fully intact. Animals wander through undisturbed habitat with the kind of complete freedom Alaska stands for. Like much of Alaska, the first rush to Denali was for gold in the early 1900s. But one early visitor, Charles Sheldon, saw the abundance of wildlife of such extraordinary value, he fought to get the area protected as a national park. President Woodrow Wilson made it official with his signature in 1917. In the shadow of Mount McKinley, moose, caribou, bear, and sheep all forage in the tranquility of the long summer days. But as idyllic as Denali seems, one can never forget that this is wild country, that the laws of nature are fully in force. The most basic of instincts is survival. Or in the case of two grizzlies, who is king of this mountain? Denali National Park provides some of Alaska's most quintessential images, painted in as many moods as the sun, stars, and seasons allow. A marathon, run through urban streets and around high-rise buildings. There is only one city in Alaska that could contain such a race: Anchorage. Anchorage is Alaska's largest city. It can claim itself to be fashionable when the rest of Alaska's towns are merely functional. The quick retort is that the real Alaska starts about 10 miles outside Anchorage. Despite the polite sparring, about half of all Alaskans live here. Anchorage during the summer solstice is a perfect place to stage a race. But the real excitement comes to Anchorage in the very last days of winter. The Iditarod, the world's longest dog sled race. Over 1,000 miles from Anchorage to Nome. Run over an old mail route, the original race in 1925 was not a competition. It was a race to save lives. Mushers were carrying serum to inoculate children in Nome against a diphtheria epidemic. That heroic relay spawned an annual event held every March, which Alaskans will always call the last great race.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! On his way to Nome this morning, our first musher out of the chute.
One of the great lessons Alaska teaches is how big creation is and how small we are. Kenai Peninsula offers some of the best combinations of exhilaration and humility. Some people come to Alaska to find themselves, some to lose themselves in its splendor. Alaskan Railroad, a stretch of tracks that runs from Fairbanks in the interior, south by Denali National Park, down through Anchorage, and out to Seward on the Kenai Peninsula. One could say that's from one end of the road to the other, or in the case of Alaska, from one wilderness to the next. Kenai Fjords National Park, an intensely vertical coastline skirting the east side of the Kenai Peninsula, perpetually cloaked in snow and ice. Captain James Cook mapped this coast in 1778, but could never find a place to safely land. Scientists have found little evidence that anyone ever lived here. Pleasing to the eye, essentially untouchable, Alaska at its wildest. Today, most explore Kenai fjords just the way that Cook did over 2 centuries ago, by sea. Brooks Falls in Alaska's Katmai Peninsula, one of Alaska's classic haunts of brown bears drawn to the river when it becomes engorged with salmon. Brown bears, or grizzlies, can weigh up to 1,000 pounds and reach a height of 9 feet. Their size all comes down to the availability of food, and these feeding grounds, starting in high summer, are as good as it gets. Like any good fisherman, technique is everything, and some grizzlies are more skilled than others. But for even those a little slower on the draw, patience rewards everyone in the end. About the time most of America was first learning to drive, Alaskans, were learning to fly. A land of few roads and vast distances, this is a place where people built their highways in the sky. And on a clear day in Alaska, the routes are all the same, somewhere just south of heaven. Alaska is known for its bush pilots who seem to achieve the impossible. They can take off from a pinch of land and bring their planes safely down on mountain ridges, snow, frozen tundra, and water. For bush pilots, their runways are all designed by nature, and the wings of their planes are connected directly to the seat of their pants. Wrangell St. Elias National Park, one of Alaska's newest and largest preserves. Its size alone epitomizes the sheer scale of Alaska, somewhere just short of forever. The highest peaks here rival Mount McKinley, and the physicality of Wrangell St. Elias is not unlike the Himalayas. Clinging to the sides of the Wrangell St. Elias Range are the skeletons of Alaska's great copper mining past. On the heels of the gold rush, copper was king here in Kennecott in the early 1900s. Nearly $300 million of ore was extracted before the mine became unprofitable in 1938. School children once laughed and played on these streets. The town had its own railroad. And now the only thing heard here is the wind through old trestles and timbers. The Trans-Alaska Pipeline, an 800-mile marvel threading from Prudhoe Bay in the Arctic North through 3 mountain ranges, across the Yukon River, and down to the port of Valdez on the Gulf Coast. Through 4-foot-wide heated steel conduit, billions of barrels of black gold flow with as much purpose as any river in Alaska. more than anything else, has forced Alaska to examine itself and all it stands for. An often contentious brew of politics, money, the environment, and land settlements. It has been a delicate balance from the beginning, and always will be. But the flow of oil never stops, even under the light of the midnight sun. The weather in Alaska either descends viciously from the Arctic North or swirls off the Gulf in deluge after deluge. Most of the year, the skies are thick and foreboding. But the simple truth is, the weather is what makes Alaska, Alaska. After a long winter of discontent, there is the spring breakup and the promise of endless summer days. And during the best of those days, there is no better landscape palette to mix with sky blue. Naturalist John Muir found Alaska's summer weather its most remarkable characteristic, calling it a velvet softness, full of subdued luster. On the summer solstice, the twilight is endless. The world turns golden, and moments become hours. From the very beginning, Alaskans have had an accord with the sea. Alaska's rivers spawn salmon who mature in the ocean and return each year in a frenzied tide. The Gulf offers up massive hauls of halibut and crab. An armada of fishing boats is launched with every season, and the harvest has lasted thousands of years. But just as easily as the sea provides abundant life, it takes lives with a vengeance. Fishermen lay themselves bare on waters that can become angry, unpredictable, and unforgiving. The accord is not always an amiable one. Alaska's bounty does not come without its risks. The Copper River Delta provides hundreds of square miles of pristine habitat, perfect for migratory birds. Every May and September, millions of shorebirds and waterfowl move through the delta, stopping briefly to feed and rest. Sandpipers and snow geese, cranes and loons. Like clockwork, nature's perfect storm arrives and departs in a din, just barely enough time to call Alaska home. The eagle is the proudest of American symbols and chief emblem of many Alaskan native clans. One native tale is of a small boy who befriended the eagle. His elders chastised the boy for feeding the bird when the tribe could barely feed itself. But when times turned particularly hard and the tribe was starving, the eagle returned the boy's generosity and brought him untold riches of fresh salmon, sea lion, and whale. The boy who befriended the eagle became himself the most revered of figures, a noble chief who taught the lesson of how man and nature must always live in harmony. The Cry of Gold in 1896 by Yukon prospector George Carmack sent tens of thousands of starry-eyed Americans north to Alaska. Even the mayor of Seattle traded his post for a pick and a shovel. From Skagway, gold rushers swarmed up the Chilkoot Pass and along Dead Horse Trail. A 2 to 3 day trek up this pass alone, some dragging a ton of gear. The hopeful struggled onward to the Yukon goldfields, often in the worst possible conditions imaginable. The gold rush fever ran high, and its symptoms were backstabbing, claim jumping, and downright unlawful cheating. Fortunes were made and lost at the drop of a hat, and for 2 years, Alaska glittered like never before. But when the gold dust finally settled, most returned home with empty pockets. The brief Klondike Gold Rush is legend, but it would not be the last time Alaska would be a destination to get rich quick. outside Skagway lie the remains of its gold rush legacy. Heroes and scoundrels return to the same earth that held so much promise. Like many boom and bust Alaska towns, Skagway probably would have folded a century ago if it didn't have a lifeline to the interior, the White Pass Yukon Railroad. A testimony to Alaska's determination, this narrow-gauge train is the product of years of powder blasting, granite chiseling, and back-breaking sweat. It's living proof that in Alaska, men can move mountains. Frozen rivers slip imperceptibly by toward an ice-green sea. Glaciers are the simple outcome of gravity and time, monuments of ice that can bend and warp light into shades of tropical blue. Alaska's glaciers number into the thousands, and Glacier Bay provides some of the most dramatic vistas. The rush to Alaska used to be for gold, but now it is to witness Alaska's frozen beauty. Alaska's cool, green coastal waters are home to pods of orca, or killer whales. Legend has it that a young Tlingit hunter named Natsalani carved the first killer whale out of yellow cedar and magically brought it to life. Natsalani sent the whale on a mission of revenge to drown a small band of fellow hunters who had cruelly betrayed him. The whale obeyed Natsalani and killed the hunters by overturning their boat. But once this revenge was extracted, Natsalani ordered the killer whale to forever befriend man, to always be gentle and curious, a legend that has proven true to this day. What began as a disheveled mining camp is now a polished jewel tucked against the alpine splendor of Alaska's southeast. No roads lead to Juneau, literally. The terrain simply is too rugged to build inbound highways, making Juneau a perfect fit for a state that prides itself on its fiercely independent policies. More land protection measures have been passed here than in any other state. So Juneau thrives amidst its own memorialized wilds, a capital idea. In the land of the midnight sun, Juneau is far enough south where even in the longest of days, the nights provide a few hours of complete darkness, which means on the 4th of July, Juneau can celebrate its own special style of independence. When Vitus Bering left Russia to seek the fabled Northwest Passage, he found something even more fantastic: Alaska. Bering's expedition was decimated by brutal weather and disease, but successive waves of Russian fur traders established outposts along Alaska's Gulf Coast and built an empire around the sea otter. Sitka remains as a legacy of Alaska's original Russian settlement. Russia's coexistence with the native Tlingits was contentious, but relatively short-lived, when Russia sold the entire Alaskan territory to the U.S. for $7.2 million. Americans ridiculed the transaction, but at 2 cents an acre, Alaska easily is the best investment America has ever made. If you want to see what America was like 1 million years ago, come to Alaska. The Ice Age has never left, and some parts of Alaska are still being born as volcanoes vent fumes and ash. The forces at work here are primeval, and perhaps nowhere looks more prehistoric than Alaska's coastal rainforest. Here, rainfall is measured in hundreds of inches, with the never-ending whisper of water over skunk cabbage, through branches dripping with moss, down over bunchberries, ferns, and toadstools. Under dark gray skies, the plants of Alaska's rainforest seem to emanate their own green light. Alaska is America's least populated state, yet it was the first place early man set foot in North America. Thousands of years ago, populations migrated from Asia to Alaska across an ancient land bridge. Those original native people who still call Alaska home include the Eskimos, Aleuts, Athabascans, Tlingit, and Haida. Those that traveled south created their own legacies and ancestry. Sitting Bull, Pocahontas, Geronimo, even ancient Mexico's Montezuma can all trace their roots back to Alaskan soil. Alaska's Inside Passage. Islands blot the waters and create a navigational maze, like the last pieces to a great continental puzzle. The very first European explorers of America's Northwest found the Inside Passage a complete mystery. Within a few hundred feet of shore, they could find no bottom to the sea. The tides would put the most seasoned captain in peril. The natives feared gods and deities lurking in the depths. And there were monsters in the deep. The humpback whale, one of Alaska's most mystical and elusive creatures. Migrating through Alaska's summer waters, humpbacks surface for air in tranquil arcs, or disappear completely in a thunderous splash. The humpback only is witnessed in moments, which makes a sighting so valuable. England's George Vancouver charted the passage in scientific detail. Frequently cloaked in fog, the majesty of the landscape did not escape his writings. But even in 1794, Vancouver's journal describes the forests exhibiting the visible effects of the axe and saw. The Inside Passage today is simply the most exhilarating stretch of water on the American West Coast, and much of it remains just the way George Vancouver witnessed it over 2 centuries ago. The towns that line the Inside Passage are few and far between, isolated islands of humanity along an ever-changing coastline. Angoon, the only permanent establishment on Admiralty Island, is a purely native community. 1,000 Tlingit residents call it home, holding on to as much tradition as possible. While Angoon has ties to commercial fishing and forestry, the true desire is to live off the land, just as their forefathers. The sea takes on many meanings along the Inside Passage, depending on which world you come from and where you want the waters to lead you. They say that if you spend time in Alaska, it changes you somehow. You certainly cannot view the rest of America in the same way. The scale of the lower 48 is, well, lower is an apt comparison. Alaskans know they are attached to something grand, and that tacit connection is carried with them wherever they go. The sheer proportion of Alaska has its effect. This is a place where people come to reach for big ideas, to push themselves just a little bit further. Alaska demands more of you, whether you're reaching for gold, oil, the finish line, or a place to call home. That sense of tenacity is the underlying character of Alaska's people.
For VHS or DVD copies of this program, please call 1-800-937-5387 or write to the address on your screen.
This program was made possible by Princess Cruises and Cruise Tours.
There's more of Alaska, from the Mount McKinley Wilderness Lodge, from an Ultra Dome rail car. There's more of Alaska with Princess, where I belong.
This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
We are PBS. Funding for this program was provided by Friends, the Iowa Public Television Foundation. Generations of families and friends who feel passionate about the programs they watch on Iowa Public Television.
Next time on Nature, Alaska. In the midst of this natural splendor, a dark mystery is unfolding. Stellar sea lions are disappearing, and we don't know why. Searching for answers is filmmaker Shane Moore.
I've been following this story long enough to know that there's a long list of potential killers. There's lots of death, but no bodies.
Can we solve this mystery in Alaska before it's too late?
Stay tuned to Iowa Public Television.
Hello, I'm Dan Miller. At Iowa Public Television, we know what it takes to bring you the best. It takes passion, it takes commitment, and it takes leadership. That's where you come in. Because you believe in this network and all of its services, I want to invite you to help ensure the leadership that's essential for our future. Join me and others in the Iowa Public Television Leadership Circle, where members help nurture and promote the ideal of television excellence through their yearly contributions of $240 or more. There are special benefits for Leadership Circle members, yes, of course. Most important among all of them is knowing that you are making a difference with a network that is a leader in the areas that matter most: quality, service, and trust. For information on how you can become a part of our success, call 800-779-7000. And thank you for being an essential part of Iowa's network.
One magnificent mass, one concert chorale, one Louis Langret, and one great Garrick Olson. Add them up and you get one magical mostly Mozart, one coronation mass, and one coronation concerto. Next time on Live from Lincoln Center.
Wednesday at 7 on Iowa Public Television.
Next time on American Masters.
The distinguished reporter and news analyst, Edward R. Murrow.
Good evening. Tonight, See It Now devotes its entire half hour to a report on Senator Joseph R. McCarthy.
Broadcast news began with Ed Murrow. He set the highest standard.
We all wanted to be like him.
He was broadcast journalism's biggest star, Edward R. Murrow, on American Masters.
Good night, and good luck.
Tune in to Iowa Public Television Wednesday at 8:30.
This is Iowa's television network, statewide Iowa Public Television.
Funding for Nature has been provided by
Comfort Suites at Living History Farms, with services and accommodations for the business and leisure traveler.
Welcome to the future. PBS Digital.
There is a dark mystery unfolding in Alaska. Stellar sea lions are disappearing, and we don't know why.
difference is quite striking there.
There's a long list of potential killers. And in a desperate attempt to solve this crisis, authorities respond severely.
The world's largest sea lion at the center of a controversy that could cost the world's largest fishery dearly.
Further investigation reveals a possible case of mistaken identity.
There isn't a fishing family today, west of Kodiak, that isn't in fear of their own financial livelihood.
Really, we've been told that this is what's going to happen with little or no public input on science that is speculative at best and wrong at worst.
But then who or what is behind the crime? It's a mystery in Alaska.
Major funding for nature is provided by Canon, dedicated to preserving the never-ending beauty of nature. Canon lets you capture the wild in photographs and leave it as you found it. Canon.
It's not that easy being green. I guess it is easy being green.
The 36-mile-per-gallon Ford Escape Hybrid, proud to support nature. This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Alaska. The name alone sounds like a force of nature. Here, the wild still feels complete, unchanged, timeless. But amidst all this abundance, something has gone terribly wrong. For stellar sea lions, change has come, and time is running out. Fish are still plentiful, enough to support the world's largest fishery. And Alaskans who make their living from the sea are willing to share. Yet despite every effort, something is driving the stellars into a steep decline. The plight of the sea lions is a mystery that has brought filmmaker Shane Moore and his family to the Alaskan coast.
We've been fortunate to see a lot of this state while making wildlife films, and we wanted to find out what was going wrong. So we bought an old boat. My wife Libby and I take every opportunity to show Jesse and Mackenzie the wildlife and spectacular places hidden along this rugged coast.
Did you see it fall? It was like a bed. Wow.
Libby and I have been coming to Alaska for 15 years now, and we love Alaska for its wildness. Here you've got peaks that stretch up 10,000 feet and glaciers that fall into an ocean that's just full of life. So when we learned from some biologist friends that stellar sea lions and other wildlife are vanishing here, we found it really disturbing. How could that be in this place which we consider to be one of the last great wildlife strongholds in the world? What could be happening here? And I'm really pleased that we now have the opportunity to try and find some answers.
Shane's training as a biologist and diver will help him investigate the mystery. And filming underwater might even provide a few clues.
I feel really fortunate that my job allows me to experience some things that few people are lucky enough to see. I get to see animals like stellar sea lions in their element. It is indeed a privileged view. They're so amazingly graceful and friendly and curious. They're a big predator with big teeth. They could tear me limb from limb if they wanted to, but they don't. They just nip on me. These young animals love to investigate new objects with their mouths. They don't have any hands. That's just their way of touching. So as one of the few people that's come to see them in their world, I feel an obligation to try to tell their story.
So far, very little is known about their world below the surface. But scientists have a pretty good understanding of the sea lion's life on land. Sea lions breed on rocky islands, and females give birth to just one pup in the spring. They're born into a rough and rowdy world. This is about as gentle as it gets for a pup. And recently, things have gotten worse. Most of these pups will be dead within a few years. The big question is why?
By looking at these rookeries year after year, scientists can get an accurate count of how many of these youngsters are dying. So I joined an expert who's been studying sea lions for more than 30 years, Ken Pitcher.
We'd like to do, no problem.
Okay, sounds great. In Alaska, the decline has occurred from Prince William Sound through the Gulf of Alaska and then out through the Aleutian Islands. Just to get a little idea of the magnitude of the decline, it's really quite striking. This was taken in the 1970s. This is another photo of the same rookery taken during the 1980s and then during the 1990s, and as you can see, the difference is quite striking there.
I was horrified to learn from Ken that sea lions have declined by an amazing 80%, and they're vanishing without a trace. It's so rare to see a dead sea lion that I'm really surprised to find this one, and that's part of the mystery. There's lots of death, but no bodies. If all the dead animals were washed up on the beaches, there would be international outrage. But no bodies means no news, and no news means the world has virtually no idea of the tragedy unfolding here.
But who, or what, is killing them? Are humpback whales beating sea lions in the race for food? Could killer whales be hunting and eating them? Have we polluted the ocean and broken the food chain? Or are sea lions simply tangled up in our incessant need to take fish? Are fishermen guilty? Or is nature itself somehow responsible? Could natural changes in the ocean be causing the sea lion's decline? It's no surprise that in searching for answers, biologists consider the most likely suspects first, and at the very top of the list is the sea lion's food. It's thought they might be starving to death. Sea lions eat fish, especially herring, salmon, and pollock. And since pollock is such a large part of their diet, people were bound to make connections between the fishery and sea lion declines. Many think it's no coincidence that the pollock industry expanded in the 1970s into the largest fishery in the world, just as sea lions began to disappear. It looked like fishermen had been caught holding a smoking gun. In July of 2000, the federal district court ruled on the issue, and Steller sea lions finally made the news. Big time.
The world's largest sea lion at the center of a controversy that could cost the world's largest fishery dearly. In a teleconference today, the National Marine Fisheries Service announced it will close all fishing for pollock, Pacific cod, and Atka mackerel in 2/3 of the sea lion's critical habitat. The environmental group Greenpeace, whose lawsuit triggered the action by the National Marine Fisheries Service, says its intent is not to hurt coastal communities, but to stop the large-scale industrial fishing. A rare show of support among the different, often fiercely competitive sectors of the fishing industry, galvanized today in a plea for help.
There isn't a fishing family today, west of Kodiak, that isn't in fear of their own financial livelihood.
Really, we've been told that this is what's going to happen with little or no public input on science that is speculative at best and wrong at worst.
I was distressed to see the pain that the sea lion declines were causing. And what's more, the fishermen think they've been framed because pollock are more abundant than ever. They also claim that sea lions are being killed by another suspect, killer whales. Sea lions and killer whales have coexisted for thousands of years. But if killer whales started slaughtering sea lions? I joined pollock fisherman Jay Stinson and asked if anyone had witnessed killer whales attacking sea lions.
Oh, you bet. There's footage of these transient killer whales operating right inside the harbor.
Fishermen have to be good observers to do their job, and their video recordings are proof that killer whales eat sea lions. These seem to be thrashing the sea lion to death with their tails. In another part of Alaska, scientists found a killer whale with the remains of at least 13 sea lions in its stomach.
Scientists aren't sure what role these deaths play in the declines, but they do suspect that killer whales could now be keeping depleted sea lion populations down to low levels.
Guilty or not guilty, killer whales and pollock fishermen are being blamed for sea lion declines. But I had a hunch that the story couldn't be that simple, and there must be other causes for the sea lion's sad demise.
To compound, there is a part of the Alaskan coast where sea lions are actually increasing. To find out why, Shane must travel 1,000 miles to the east.
Southeast Alaska is just such a beautiful place, with snow-capped mountains and glaciers plunging into deep fjords. I always love watching sea lions, and it's great to see the haul-outs crowded with animals over here. They're really amusing. I think if there were only a dozen sea lions left in the world, they'd still be laying in a pile somewhere and complaining that there's not enough room. Sea lions are doing well here, but why? It seemed that to answer this question, I'd have to go back to basics and learn how this ocean system works.
The ocean is in constant motion, especially here in southeast Alaska, where the mighty Pacific collides with a mountainous landscape. Deep fjords magnify the currents into raging torrents, which makes filming underwater a real challenge. But these currents are the source of Alaska's richness. They drive nutrient-rich water up into the sunlight, creating phenomenal plankton blooms that feed great swarms of krill and copepods.
It's bizarre swimming in this living soup. But these swarms form the first link in the food chain, and these tiny creatures feed one of the largest creatures, humpback whales.
The fact that 30-ton whales can survive on these tiny crustaceans is evidence of their phenomenal abundance. But what do plankton and whales have to do with sea lion declines? The answer is surprising. Commercial whaling exploded in Alaska in the late 1800s. At least 40,000 whales were killed. The killing only stopped 30 years ago, when 90% of the whales in these waters had been slaughtered. Fortunately, some survived, but scientists calculated that removing such a huge number of krill-crunching whales was likely to have upset nature's balance, leaving large quantities of uneaten plankton for other creatures, like fish. But killing whales didn't benefit all fish equally. Small fish, such as herring, may have lost out to a serious competitor, pollock. The larger, aggressive pollock increased, while the herring declined. You'd think more pollock would be good news for sea lions. But an interesting study at the Marine Science Center at Vancouver Aquarium is revealing an unexpected twist to the sea lion story. The studies have been carried out both in the wild and in captivity, allowing Dr. Andrew Treitz to learn more about the stellar's diet. His team has trained several sea lions to allow them to measure food intake.
I guess when we first started, there was a lot of controversy about what role did pollock play in the decline of Steller sea lions. Some were saying that Steller sea lions were starving to death because they couldn't get enough pollock to eat. Other people were saying the trouble is they eat too much of it. They're calling pollock the junk food of the sea. And what we've discovered is that Steller sea lions lose out 3 ways when they eat pollock.
Cody is one of 9 Steller sea lions. This teaches a lot about the nutritional value of different types of fish that they're eating in Alaska. We've learned, for example, that pollock costs an animal a lot more to digest. They get fewer calories from it, and the bigger fish, such as pollock, are much harder to digest than the smaller fish, such as herring. So for a Steller sea lion to get by on pollock, you would have to consume about 35 to 80% more pollock than herring, just to acquire the same number of calories.
While the animals were eating herring, they were getting heavier each day. When the animals were switched onto pollock, we saw them losing weight each day until we stopped the experiment and put them back onto herring, and they began to regain that weight. But certainly, if you're going to look at what is the staple food for Steller sea lions, I would say it's herring. That is their bread and butter.
Treitz research proves that sea lions thrive when they eat herring. So herring is a likely key to solving the mystery of their declines. But herring is an important food for many creatures, and the competition for it is enormous. Could whales be part of the problem? To find out, Shane seeks out the man who knows more than anyone about whales and herring in Southeast Alaska, Dr. Fred Sharp. He's made studying them his life's work.
Fred learned that while some whales eat krill, others specialize on herring, which they catch by surrounding the shoals with a net of bubbles. It's taken Fred more than a decade to understand their extraordinary hunting technique with the aid of sonar and underwater microphones.
Oh yeah, they're singing nice and loud now. The herring schools average about 30 to 35 meters, and the whales like to get underneath them. That's when they start making these incredible cacophony of sounds. Those sounds are used to ball the fish up and frighten them towards the surface. Now one of their buddies, he kind of heads the fish off at the pass. He goes up shallow, usually around 15 meters, and deploys this circular curtain of air. So you just passed the kelp there?
Yeah.
So you started to hook around there?
Very good.
I would say we've got about 10 seconds before they come up. Very cool.
You see the herring jumping out of the water?
Yeah, that was a nice, it looks like $1,000 in silver coins being thrown out on the pavement. It's amazing. They'll do this all day. I mean, they'll do this for like 8, 10, 14 hours a day without a break. So there's a furnace down there for processing that herring.
How much herring do you think they're taking in a day?
Well, sort of the classical amount that you hear is half a ton to a ton a day. And boy, the way they're going at it, I wouldn't be at all surprised if they could do twice that.
It's incredible. And they all come up in the same position?
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. If they've got the same combination of whales, they'll usually come up in that same pattern. I mean, day after day after day. It's just like military precision.
That's teamwork. That's amazing. Humpbacks are the most acrobatic of all whales. It's almost like performing. They thrash around and occasionally leap clear out of the water, or breach, as scientists call it.
There's lots of different reasons why whales breach, but in these social pods, they tend to breach when the feeding's over. When things are slowing down, sometimes they're getting frustrated. You'll see 1 or 2 whales come rocketing up into the air, and that's it. We think it's a social leader who says, snack bar's closed, party's over, get out of my face.
Humpback whales were nearly exterminated here, but Fred and other scientists have learned that they're making a comeback because they've developed a way of recognizing and counting individuals.
The underside of each humpback's tail is like a giant billboard. It has a unique pattern of pigmentation and scarring that allows us to identify individuals. And this is extremely useful for these type of long-term studies, and that allows us to track individuals over literally years and decades.
With whales eating so much herring, you might think fewer whales would mean there'd be more herring left for sea lions. But it seems to be just the opposite. It's a complex theory, but here's how it works. When most of the whales were killed decades ago, more plankton became available, and pollock flourished. But pollock don't just eat plankton. They also eat herring. And now, the huge numbers of pollock are consuming 10 times more herring than whales ever did. Killing whales has probably turned out to be very bad news for sea lions. But there could be a force even more powerful than humans affecting sea lions: the weather. Decades of fish trawling surveys have revealed dramatic changes in the numbers of many species here in Alaska. These changes have been monitored by a scientist who's been sampling marine life for more than 30 years, Dr. Paul Anderson.
When I started in the early 1970s, our shrimp catches were almost pure shrimp with small amounts of forage fishes like capelin. Starting in 1970 through the 80 period, we saw an influx of some large predator fishes, such as seen here, the Pacific cod, into the nearshore areas. And by the 1980s and through the present time, our catches are now dominated by large numbers of groundfish, and shrimp have declined to only just a token amount. Herring has also shown some rather significant declines. By 1986, we were down to very small token amounts of herring in our survey trawl catches.
The decline in herring looks like a disaster for sea lions. And when Anderson discovered that dramatic changes in fish populations coincided with a 4-degree rise in water temperature, which is huge for the ocean, suddenly it looked like even the weather was partly to blame for sea lion declines. Weather and currents throughout the North Pacific are driven by a low-pressure system that normally circulates here, but recently it's moved much closer to shore, and this is where it is today. Scientists believe that this climate shift changes the ocean currents, moving more nutrients down the coast to southeast Alaska. This is the one place where stellar sea lions continue to flourish, and at the height of summer, it is one of Shane's favorite places to dive.
I occasionally see tiny cod and pollock, but rockfish, sandlands, and herring are common, and fish migrations are phenomenal. It sure is inspiring to swim with these fish. When I'm down here among the herring, I can't help but notice that sea lions are always around, and herring are always on their menu. I also see them going for a whole variety of fish, and that mixed diet seems to be crucial to their survival. And summer is good news for sea lions, since it marks the return of a fish that's central to that mixed diet: salmon.
Each year, 5 kinds of Alaskan salmon come in from the open sea. Their numbers peak in late summer and early fall. Pinks, kings, and cohos like these herd herring on their way in and feed voraciously before making their spawning runs upstream. Unlike air-breathing whales, salmon cannot make bubble nets. They use panic to keep the herring in a tight ball, pushing them up to the surface where there is no escape. Salmon are an important summer food for sea lions, and they're doing well in Alaska right now. It seems unlikely that salmon heading up a river have anything to do with sea lion declines. But scientists are reinterpreting the salmon's ancient rituals. Alaskan bears feast on salmon, waiting patiently for the fish to make their run upstream. These salmon are survivors. Only 1 in a million returns from the sea. They may be aware that the bears are waiting, but the desire to spawn forces them to make that great leap into the unknown. To end up jumping straight into the jaws of a bear when you've almost made it seems like more than bad luck. But whether they get killed by predators or not, this is a one-way trip. They will all die. And this is where the story gets really interesting. This mass death may seem like a waste, but it turns out to be essential. Scientists are beginning to document what happens to salmon after they die. Dr. Mark Wifley and his colleagues have learned that dying salmon fertilize the streams, providing food for aquatic insects that in turn will feed new generations of salmon. In effect, these salmon fry are very nearly reincarnated from the tissue of their parents. Dying salmon feed not only their own offspring, but they also nourish forests throughout Alaska. Wifley is tracking the nutrients that salmon bring from the ocean into the forest. By sampling vegetation along salmon streams, he's discovered that much of the nitrogen fertilizing these trees comes from salmon. It's a forest that depends on fish. Bears simply take the ocean to the trees, and in turn, the forests protect the streams that will nurture the next generation of salmon.
You can actually feel that this whole landscape is connected, as if land and sea are one. These young salmon that have swum downstream into the sea are part forest and part ocean, and they'll eventually grow to feed stellar sea lions. Nature is like an enormous, intricate web of life. Remove one strand, and the whole web unravels. We knew that salmon were vital to sea lions, but now we know that forests are too. And we have to protect the forest to protect the salmon, to help save sea lions.
The abundance of salmon and herring in southeast Alaska is probably why stellars are doing well in these waters. Have sea lions gathered here from all over Alaska to avoid starvation? This is one of the questions that Ken Pitcher and his team want to answer. But first, they'll have to catch some sea lions underwater. When scientists tried to catch sea lions on land,
it had proved almost impossible. And when I suggested they try to catch them underwater, everyone thought that was a crazy idea. But I'd been diving with sea lions long enough to suspect that their curiosity might be their undoing. Everyone was worried about the possibility of injuring the sea lions, but fortunately, not a single animal has been hurt.
The captured sea lions are weighed to check their condition, and they appear to be healthy. Disease hasn't been a problem, and DNA sampling proves these animals didn't come from somewhere else. The missing sea lions haven't moved. They've just vanished. Pitcher hopes that satellite transmitters will send back detailed information on how deep these healthy young sea lions dive and where they go. Computer ace Mike Rayberg can now follow the movements of individual sea lions with astonishing accuracy.
Okay, number 2, 7-month-old juvenile was caught on January of 2000 at Benjamin Island. Remained at Benjamin Island from January through March.
So that's where it went on
Yeah, the green dots are location solutions from the satellite.
The sea lions, they discovered, didn't move very far for months at a time, and youngsters stayed close to their mothers.
We're still working up the dive data at the moment. Sea lion number 2, when it was 9 months old, made it to about 122 meters deep.
The results show that young sea lions usually stay near the surface. This could be crucial because you can have an ocean full of fish, but if they're too deep to reach, you're still going to go hungry, especially in winter. In the past, scientists believed that during winter months, herring and many other fish descended into the depths, out of range of sea lions. Winter was surely a difficult time for them. And winter in Alaska is 6 months long. The whole notion that sea lions were starving in winter because they couldn't reach their food has recently been turned on its head. And exciting new discoveries on what happens to sea lions during these dark months could be one of the most important clues yet in the mystery of their disappearance. Gary Thomas and his colleague Dick Thorne have pioneered new technologies for counting and observing fish in winter. They use advanced sonar, acoustic equipment, and infrared video cameras that can film at night.
We've been doing these surveys now for 8 years, and from the start, going out and doing the surveys on the herring were just delightful. Between October and April, you go out into these areas, and there's birds, and there's whales, and there's sea lions, and there's sharks, and it's just a naturalist's park.
Thomas and Thorne carried out surveys at night, making precise measurements of fish populations and finding out exactly where the herring and pollock shoals were situated. But they also made a discovery vital to stellar sea lions. Herring migrate up to the surface at night, making them available for a midnight feast.
When we added the infrared video systems to our nighttime surveys in 2000, it just showed us the whole picture. This activity, this intense feeding, the herding and crashing in and thrashing of these herring balls at the surface was all a nighttime phenomenon. The gulls were diving down, picking up herring. The sea lions were herding the fish into balls, which they would attack with incredible enthusiasm, and sometimes coming completely out of the water with herring in the air, and it was quite a scene. In contrast, if you looked at the pollock, you might have 10 times as much pollock, but the pollock is aggregating at depths of 150 to 250 meters deep. In fact, I can't really remember ever seeing a sea lion on a pollock survey. So the behavior of the herring coming up at night and being able to be herded by the predators like sea lions into very dense balls is probably very critical, not just for the sea lions, but for a lot of other predators that are fish eaters.
It's clear from this new research that herring are more important to stellar sea lions than we could have ever imagined. And this may also explain why the oil spill of 1989, when the Exxon Valdez struck the rocks of Prince William Sound, was so devastating to wildlife.
The problem here was that there were concentrations of herring in March of 1989 when the oil spill occurred. These fish, coming up to the surface every night, would be chronically exposed to any oil that was in the surface film. The herring suffered a total loss of that year class in 1989, and subsequently have had problems with disease and declining population numbers, and it's crashed. We have reports the population of stellar sea lions in Prince William Sound is the most rapidly declining population anywhere, going down as much as 20% per year for this last decade, simultaneously with the crash of the herring. And their crash lead you to the hypothesis that herring may be very critical to the stellar sea lions and other wildlife.
But what's caused herring declines? Pollution, certainly, along with climate change and the removal of whales. But what else? To find out, Shane returned to Southeast Alaska, one of the few areas where herring and sea lions are doing well.
Each spring, enormous shoals head inshore to spawn. Swimming among them was a lifetime's ambition fulfilled. This spectacle has been described as one of the greatest displays of abundance in the natural world. And it's a magical moment when the herring lay their eggs on the prolific weed beds.
But these shoals of herring are pursued by a multi-million-dollar fishery that could cost stellars dearly. It's the job of Alaska's Fish and Game Department to control the herring catch and to protect the breeding stock of fish. Biologists measure the number of eggs in previous years to calculate how many fish this will yield for harvest when they've grown up. Some say it's a risky technique, but biologists back up this research with measurements of the shoals and aerial surveys of the spawn. All of this science is coordinated by regional biologist Bill Davidson, who flies daily surveys to monitor the milky white spawn. This provides an estimate of how many fish there are and how many can be caught without damaging the population. At the height of the season, the eggs cover some 50 miles of coast, transforming these dark blue waters. For fishermen, it's the highlight of the year. A large part of their annual income can be earned catching these herring. And there's a lot at stake for wildlife, too. After a long winter, this is their time to refuel in this once-a-year feeding frenzy.
When you watch this event that herring are vital to wildlife. We used to call this a food chain, but really it's much more like a web, and herring are certainly at the center of that web. It seems everything likes to eat them. With so many predators around, even the gulls have to be careful. Otherwise, they might become part of someone else's feast. And amazingly, the slow or careless do. One gull down the hatch.
When the herring are ready for harvest, Bill Davidson summons the fleet to take part in a fishery that will earn $7 million in just 1 hour. This hour is split into 4 openings of only 15 minutes. And to further restrict the catch, fishermen are confined to a small area. There are 51 boats, and they have only 15 minutes each to the nearest second to make their catch.
I don't know, this looks awfully good, Randy, but it looks awfully good over there, too. What do you think about competition?
There's some heavy hitters here. It's pretty crowded.
It's definitely looking good.
10, 9, 8, 7, we're going 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Just fish everywhere here, guys. I like let her go, let her go, let her go. Straight away, Johnny, straight to the rock, straight to the rock, straight to the rock, okay? Woo! Go, Jamie!
Jamie's got a good one going on.
It's truly awesome to see so much power and technology focused on a tiny silver fish. And being in the thick of it, you wonder how all this affects sea lions. Many Alaskans feel that herring are so vital to wildlife that we shouldn't harvest them at all. This year the catch in Sitka is 12,000 tons. It represents 20% of the estimated number of herring. But this 1 hour's catch is more than 100 million fish. And that would feed a lot of Steller sea lions. But after seeing how carefully this fishery is managed, it's clear that there's a real effort to harvest the herring responsibly. And this fishery has proven to be sustainable for years. But I worry about the impacts on wildlife.
Smells like money, eh, boys?
These herring are caught for their valuable eggs and are sold to the Japanese for export back home. And their presence sounds a warning, because they too had a big herring fishery in Japan, but so overexploited the resource that their herring are now virtually extinct. Many bays throughout Alaska are littered with the skeletons of abandoned processing plants. They serve as stark reminders that herring can be overfished. A lot of these areas have never recovered.
I'm confident that herring declines are crucial to our story, and went back to Paul Anderson's scientific records to plot out on a graph how changes in fish numbers might explain sea lion declines. During the past 20 years, pollock have increased enormously in the Gulf of Alaska, while herring have declined drastically. I knew herring were important to sea lions, but I didn't expect sea lion declines to parallel those of herring so closely. Both have decreased by about 90%. With the pollock increasing by 90%, this evidence makes me wonder if shutting down the pollock fishery throughout much of Alaska was justified. It's great that we care enough about wildlife to curtail the biggest fishery in the world, but I couldn't help wondering if our good intentions were misguided.
Well, it's kind of hard to explain how you can feel when your future's been cut like that. I don't know. I think it was felt for my family if I'm going to be able to support them anymore.
all the canneries are closed. It is pretty dismal, boy. Our future was gone. You know, it was really gone.
So, what is killing stellar sea lions? While many people still think the pollock fishery is guilty, it's difficult to ignore the fact that pollock are generally more abundant now than before the sea lion declines. Yet the answer to this mystery appears to be food. It's clear that there have been drastic changes in the numbers of fish that stellar sea lions like to eat, especially herring. Which changes are natural and which are man-made, we may never know for sure. But since so many animals depend on herring, changes in herring abundance are bound to have far-reaching effects. The oceans are the last places on Earth where people exploit wildlife on a massive scale. We can't ignore the fact that humans have become major predators here.
Stellar sea lions have shown us that the fate of man and wildlife in Alaska is inextricably linked. Both fishermen and sea lions are casualties here. Sometimes the future of man depends on the health of the environment, and not just in Alaska. This mystery is challenging us to answer a fundamental question. Can we take from the ocean, without destroying it, achieve a new balance with nature? It's a question the whole world needs to answer before it's too late.
Luckily, Alaska is still vibrant with life. But in the tragedy of the stellar sea lions, we have begun to see its complexity and to learn that changes begun decades ago cannot simply be undone.
Some people can't imagine a world without music or art, but others, like me, can't imagine life without wild places like Alaska and wild creatures like stellar sea lions. And it would be a real shame if it takes such a lovely animal's extinction to convince us how much we have to learn.
Stay tuned for what's coming up next on Nature. But first...
People do just die every day for no good reason.
Has Oxford changed much since you've been away?
It changed before I went. There was an incident.
The investigating officer was a DCI Morse.
Morse. He was a man you could talk to.
Still see the stain from his gloss.
Kevin Whately returns to mystery as Inspector Lewis. Next on most PBS stations.
To learn more about what you've seen on this nature program, visit PBS Online at pbs.org or America Online keyword PBS. Next time on Nature, they may look helpless, but they are master manipulators. In their quiet yet deceptive way, plants have taken over the world. This nature program is available on home video cassette for $19.95 plus $4.95 shipping. To order, call 1-800-336-1917 or write to the address on your screen. Major funding for nature is provided by Canon, dedicated to preserving the never-ending beauty of nature. Canon lets you capture the wild in photographs and leave it as you found it. Canon.
It's not that easy being green.
I guess it is easy being green.
The 36-mile-per-gallon Ford Escape Hybrid, proud to support nature. This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
We are PBS.
Funding for nature has been provided by
Comfort Suites at Living History Farms, with services and accommodations for the business and leisure traveler.
Funding for this program was provided by Friends of Iowa Public Television and by the Betty J. Camp Endowment Fund to impact public television for Iowa families.
Make a date with Mozart for a spectacular summertime concert. Garrick Olson plays the Coronation Concerto, and Louis Langray and the Mosley Mozart Orchestra perform the Coronation Mass. Next time on Live from Lincoln Center.
Wednesday at 7 on Iowa Public Television.
Next time on American Masters.
The distinguished reporter and news analyst, Edward R. Murrow.
Good evening. Tonight, See It Now devotes its entire half hour to a report on Senator Joseph R. McCarthy.
Broadcast news began with Ed Murrow. He set the highest standard.
We all wanted to be like him.
He was broadcast journalism's biggest star, Edward R. Murrow, on American Masters.
Good night, and good luck.
Tune in to Iowa Public Television Wednesday at 8:30.
I'll go my way by myself. I'll face the unknown. I'll build a world.
Look on there. What takes you to Australia, Mr. Douglas?
A position in the governor's office, sir.
I am on board the ship at last. I must confess that things are not as I had expected. I'm not precisely a boy, Senator.
I'm not precisely a man either.
I know fear.
Let us fire down below.
I know friendship. I swear to you, he should be brought down. It is mutiny. It is justice. And above all, I know love.
You cannot be so cruel as to let me go.
The wind will do so, Mr. Talbot.
They've sighted a sail on the horizon. She's an enemy. Depend on it.
We're told that danger brings men together. I see little evidence of it here, gentlemen.
We shall see what fate befalls this ship.
This is Iowa's television network, statewide Iowa Public Television.
Funding for this program was provided by Friends, the Iowa Public Television Foundation. Generations of families and friends who feel passionate about Iowa Public Television programs.
People do just die every day for no good reason.
Has Oxford changed much since you've been away?
It changed before I went. There was an an incident.
The investigating officer was a DCI Morse.
Morse. He was a man you could talk to.
Still see the stain from his gloss.
Kevin Whately returns to mystery as Inspector Lewis. Tonight.
Mystery was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Yo, Bernard.
Yo. Happy, Miss Pepperell.
Sure, I could just be the smartest girl in the world.
I never doubted it, Regan, my love. I can offer you a choice of luxury accommodation tonight. Cubicle 2, 4, 5, or 7. The others are already occupied.
I think I will take 5. My lucky number. Hey, new specs. You took my advice. It takes years off, like I said.
Yeah. Sleep and the world sleeps with you. Snore and you snore alone.
Ladies and gentlemen, and friends, I'd like to take a moment to pay tribute to my late brother, Johnny, who we tragically lost 2 years ago. Without Johnny's stewardship, Griffin Cars would not be the success it is today. Please Please be upstanding and raise your glasses. Let us celebrate 100 years of Britain cars with the prospect of a new dawn.
And Johnny's unquenchable spirit lives on today in his son. Daniel Griffin, everyone.
Heritage.
Family.
Heritage. Family.
You call this a family?
If that boy screws up this deal with his behavior, we're up the creek without a paddle.
It's going fine, Rex. You're doing really well.
The trouble with the Japs is they can say yes, yes, yes when they mean no, no, no.
Not interrupting anything, my mum.
I thought you were spending the evening with your American girl.
Oh, I wanted to see the man who's buying my birthright, Uncle Rex.
Talk some sense into me.
Well, you're going to have to work with the Japanese when you take Rex's place on the board.
Come on, Mum. Dad would never have let this happen. Everything he builds up just being thrown away.
Not just now.
All right, Tom. Jeff, come and talk to Mr. Tanagaki.
Dad, you'll be all right.
Why aren't you seeing Regan tonight? Is she finished with you? She's poisoned.
Whoa, Jess. What are you doing? I gotta go.
Don't worry about it. I'm not laughing. It just seems all very hard. I am constant and true. I am constantly two and three.
Sister, have this seat.
Oh, thank you.
Inspector Lewis, Oxfordshire Police.
Oh, yeah? Never ordered a taxi.
Oh, you're in luck then, sir, because I'm not one. DS James Hathaway, Chief Superintendent, Innocence Centre.
Oh.
That's flavor.
This one is about the cake as much as it is about the filling, but the original recipe was really all about the filling,
Right.
because the cake was just there to hold the filling together. This is real good German
It is
chocolate cake.
good.
So for starters, we took the German out of the German chocolate. Got rid of Sam German's chocolate, made it with cocoa and bittersweet chocolate. We didn't beat the egg white separately. And then for the filling, we toasted the pecans. Also, we built it upside down, don't forget that. So from America's Test Kitchen to your kitchen, the world's best, completely reinvented German chocolate cake.
If you would like to cook our recipes at home, our companion cookbook takes you step by step through every recipe, tasting, testing, and more from this season of America's Test Kitchen. The cost is $29.95, $5 less than the cover price. With each order, you will also receive at no additional charge all 26 episodes from this season in a 4-DVD collection and our free buying guide to supermarket ingredients. To order, call 1-800-888-3384. You can visit our website to see and print the recipes, equipment ratings, and taste test results from our shows. Download free buying guides, take a virtual tour of our kitchen, and more. Log on to www.americastestkitchen.com.
America's Test Kitchen is brought to you by Thermador, offering a full line of state-of-the-art kitchen appliances for the true cooking enthusiast. Thermador, an American icon.
And by Kohler, inspiring home chefs to create a professional-level kitchen with innovative sinks, faucets, and cook centers.
And by Formula 409, designed to dissolve kitchen messes. Cooking.com, an online retailer of kitchen equipment for the cooking enthusiast. If it's not in your kitchen, try ours. And by Vendage, Viva, and Food Saver. In a land where the promise of spectacular beauty lies just beyond each horizon, take a journey that will have you wondering, what could possibly be more spectacular than what I'm looking at right now? Over Alaska,
Sunday at 6 on Iowa Public Television.
Next time on Nature, Alaska. In the midst of this natural splendor, a dark mystery is unfolding. Stellar sea lions are disappearing, and we don't know why. Searching for answers is filmmaker Shane Moore.
I've been following this story long enough to know that there's a long list of potential killers. There's lots of death, but no bodies.
Can we solve this mystery in Alaska before it's too late?
Tune in to Iowa Public Television, Sunday at 7.
Jackie LaVista grew up on a ranch.
I never knew anything else. From the time I started walking, I was walking on the ranch. I remember riding with my dad. He was larger than life, I guess is the best way to say it.
When she left, her career took her around the world.
I loved flying. I flew for a while, and then had the opportunity to go into management.
But she eventually felt the pull of her childhood home.
I was excited to come back because my dad was here. I started remembering how I felt about helping out on the ranch and to nurture something and see it grow. It's a very interesting symbolism for me because I think that public television is very nourishing to the viewer, and if you give something, you'll get something in return.
Jackie included her public television station in her will. Consider joining the community of people who want public television to span generations.
Call 800-728-2828 for more information. Coming to the fair? We'll be there, and we hope to see you. Come to the Varied Industries building to experience digital TV, pick up some great giveaways, and purchase merchandise from your favorite shows. Bring the kids for Clifford and Dan Wardell. Experience Iowa Public Television in person at the fair. Come visit Dean Borg, host of Iowa Press, at the Iowa State Fair Thursday morning, August 10th from 10 to 11. The following program is available in high definition on these Iowa Public Television digital channels.
This time on Barbecue University with Stephen Reichland. Mesquite grilled tuna with a fire-charged chipotle salsa. Grilled bacon-wrapped trout with a poblano chili corn hash. And cedar plank salmon with a lemon basil pesto. As the professor tackles the fish that didn't get away. From the historic Greenbrier Resort in the smoking Allegheny Mountains of West Virginia, it's Barbecue University with Stephen Reichland. University with Stephen Reichland.
Brought to you by Weber. Making backyard heroes since 1952. You can visit us at Weber.com for over 200 recipes, grilling tips, and more.
By?
You've got a grill full of Johnsonville brats. Then, it happens. The flare-up. Don't panic. Come on. That's it. Welcome to Johnsonville.
By?
Crisco brings you simple measures with a measuring cap and clean pour spout. It's an innovative twist on no drip. Start something good with Crisco.
And by Barbecues Galore. Barbecues Galore, America's barbecue and grill superstore, where you'll find everything you need for barbecuing. You can visit us online at bbqgalore.com to find the Barbecues Galore nearest you. Today, fire meets water at BBQU.
Welcome to Barbecue University. I'm Stephen Reichland, and today it's all about fish. Case in point, this mesquite grilled tuna with fire-charred tomato chipotle salsa. It starts with the tuna, and this is a tuna loin. It's a sort of roast, which we cut crosswise into 1-inch slices to make these beautiful tuna steaks. When you buy tuna, you want to buy a sushi-grade tuna. That means it's so fresh you can eat it uncooked. Now, the next step is to make the marinade. It's sort of a spice paste, and it begins with finely chopped garlic and chopped fresh cilantro and salt, of course, sea salt, freshly ground black pepper. And pound these ingredients to a paste in a mortar and pestle. Sure, you could do this in a food processor, but you actually do get a different flavor, a richer flavor, when you use a mortar and pestle. I wish you could smell this. The aroma is really pungent. Next, work in the juice from 1 lime. Just kind of stir it in, as you see here, and a couple of tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil. So that's our seasoning mixture. Pretty easy. Now, spread this mixture on top of your tuna steaks on both sides. Let the fish marinate for about 30 minutes, and to be food safe out here, we actually are working on a baking sheet filled with ice under the fish. Meanwhile, let me show you how to make the salsa. Now, the salsa begins with traditional salsa ingredients: fresh tomatoes, onions, cilantro. We also have these chipotle chilies. The chipotle is a smoked, dried jalapeno chili. What we do for the salsa is simply soak the chipotles to reconstitute them. If you don't have chipotles, you can use poblano chilies. Let me show you how to set up the fire. Now, I've lit my coals in a chimney starter. We're using natural lump charcoal, and dump out the coals to form what I call a three-zone fire. And what the heck is a three-zone fire? That means you have a thick layer of coals in one side of the grill, a thinner layer of coals in the center, and then you leave one portion of the grill with no coals whatsoever. So you have a hot zone for searing, medium zone for cooking, and a cool or safety zone where you can move the food if it starts to burn. This is a really cool and very traditional and very ancient Mexican grilling technique. You actually char the vegetables directly in the embers. There we go. Put our garlic in the embers, and finally, just for the heck of it, we'll do a poblano chili. The idea here is we're going to use the intense searing heat of the charcoal to blister the skins of the vegetables. This gives you a really deep, profound, smoky, charred flavor that will give you an unforgettable salsa. And obviously, when the tomato skins are charred and blistered, you want to take them off first. Be sure you don't have a piece of charcoal adhering to the tomato. You can see the cooking time is pretty quick. It's really just about a half minute per side. The idea here is you don't really want to cook the vegetables through. You just want to char the exterior. So let me show you how to put the salsa together. We've chopped the fire-charred tomatoes, and to that we'll add some chopped chipotle chili, our fire-charred onions, garlic, chopped fresh cilantro, and lime juice. Mix these ingredients together, and that's all there is to it on the salsa. Let me show you how to grill the fish. We preheated the grill. We have a good 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi ouch fire. That's a good hot fire. Last step, open the trap door on this grill and take a handful of soaked mesquite chips. Now, this will create a wonderful smoky flavor evocative of the Southwest. And the reason we soak the chips prevents them from catching fire. The idea is you want the chips to smolder and release the smoke, not burn. We've got plenty of mesquite smoke coming, so just put the tuna steaks on the grill. And this is just like cooking a beefsteak. So after a minute or so, give each tuna steak a quarter turn to lay on that crosshatch of grill marks. You'll see sticking is absolutely not an issue. When it comes time to turn the fish, okay, I'll pull this over. It's a little hotter in the back of the grill than the front, so if I rotate the guys from the front row to the back, we'll wind up with even cooking. So let's flip these over. You see beautiful crosshatch of grill marks. We can do the same on this guy. Don't be afraid to use your hands, folks. The tuna steaks are gently yielding, so take those off. And next, let me show you how to put this together. So here are our mesquite grilled tuna steaks, and you can just put a little salsa on top of each steak. Bring the steak over to a plate, and we'll cut into it. And you can see this is just perfect in the center. Well, let me show you another way to serve these tuna steaks, and that is to cut the steak into slices. And place a few slices on a tortilla. A nice spoonful of salsa. Cilantro, a squeeze of fresh lime juice. It's tuna steaks at BBQU. Here at Barbecue University, we don't have to go very far to get fresh fish. We're at the Howards Creek Lodge, and in the background you can see Howards Creek. Let's go check in on Greenbrier fishing master James Cruz. Hey James, they biting?
I'm being a little picky.
So once we land one of these trout, we're going to prepare bacon grilled trout with poblano chili corn hash. Hey, nice work, James. She's a beauty.
Nice fish.
Well, James caught me 3 beautiful trout. And they come from West Virginia, of course, but the stuffing is pure Southwest. Now, what we did earlier is fire roast poblano chilies and corn and scallions, and they're going to be the basis of our poblano corn hash. So it starts with a couple of ears of corn, fire-charred poblano chilies, fire-charred scallions, chopped fresh cilantro, minced fresh garlic, and toasted pine nuts. Finally, a squirt of fresh lime juice and extra virgin olive oil. And simply mix these ingredients together to make our hash. Let me get the fish ready. So, we'll open the fish up. It gets seasoned inside and out with salt, and I'm using coarse sea salt, freshly ground black pepper, and then we can stuff the cavity of the trout with this poblano corn hash. Then lay the fish on top of the bacon, a little more salt, a little more pepper, and lay another strip of bacon on top. The last step is to tie the fish shut, and I use an interesting knot here. We loop over once, as you would for a regular knot, and then just loop over a second time and pull the knot shut. This is actually a surgeon's knot, and it locks the knot in place. You can then tie it off. Let me show you that again, because this is a very useful knot for any kind of grilling. So you loop over once, then come over a second time, and you see the string will hold in place until you can get the degree of tension you want, and then just tie off the top. And then with a set of kitchen shears, simply trim off the ends of the string. So I'm going to grill the trout in a basket without even using a grill grate. And grilling baskets come in many sizes and shapes. This one, for example, has 4 separate compartments. This is a flat grilling basket, as you see here. The basket I'm going to use today is a grilling basket that's actually designed for fish. It has 3 fish shapes. So place the trout in the basket, and then we'll bring the basket over the fish, and the way you lock it down is you pull this ring, okay, over the metal tab, like that. Let me show you the fire. So we've set this fire up in what I call a 3-zone fire. That is, coals mounted more thickly on one end, more thinly in the center. No coals on the other side. That way if we get a fire, a flare-up from the dripping bacon fat, we can move the fish to the safety zone. And actually, I'll toss a couple of hickory logs on the fire. That'll give us an incredible flavor. And this is really all there is to it. The cooking time will be about 10 to 12 minutes per side. And the beauty of working in a fish basket is that you turn the basket, not the fish. And you see, if you get a little flare up here from the dripping bacon fat, just simply move the fish off, let the flare up die down, and then you can come back over. Just like fishing, this requires patience. Now this is direct grilling, of course, but thanks to the hickory chunks, you're really going to get a pronounced smoky flavor. Hey James, you want to come join me?
Sure.
How you doing?
How are you?
All right. So, we have rainbow trout here?
Yes.
What other kind of trout do we have at the Greenbrier?
We have brown trout, brook trout, and a hybrid rainbow golden trout.
Golden trout. So, you're so good, not only could I have asked you for 3 trout, but I could have asked you for a specific species, right?
Of course.
Okay, want to try your hand at this?
Sure.
All right. So, all you do is just grab that basket, and then you want to hold it up. You can sort of pry it up above the fire. Now, if you have a conventional grill or gas grill, you can just lay the basket right on top of the grill. And how do you know when this is cooked? Let me show you. So one test is you can see that the skin is starting to split, and then if you press the meat, it sort of breaks into these clean flakes. That's what I call the press test. And then if you wanted to cheat, you could just sort of make a little test there, and then you'd be in business. And tell you what, I think we're all set. Bring the fish over here. Okay. Now, most important thing is when you pull off this ring, just be careful because it'll be very hot. All right? Then we'll lift the basket. Again, it can be very hot, so be careful. Take our trout out and put them on the plate. These are beautiful fish. Don't forget to remove the strings. Finally, just spoon a little bit more of that corn hash on top. How's that look, James?
Looks delicious.
All right. How about joining me for a taste test?
Okay.
There you go. So you can dig in, and we're pretty informal here. We just kind of go right in.
Okay.
All right. Take a taste here. How's that?
Delicious.
You cook too, James?
A little bit.
A lot of people tell me they have problems grilling fish. Either it sticks to the grill grate or it falls apart when you try and turn it. Well, if this sounds familiar, listen up. There's a really easy solution. Grill it on a plank. Plank grilling originated in the Pacific Northwest, and quite literally, it involves a slab of wood. This is cedar, incredibly aromatic flavor, and one of the advantages of plank cooking, in addition to making it easy to grill the fish, is you get this unbelievable wood flavor. Planks come in the full length size for 4 people. You can also buy cedar planks for individual servings. Now, on the fish, this is a whole side of salmon. It's been boned, but you can just run your fingers over, making sure you don't feel any. If you do find a bone, just grab it with the end of your thumb and a knife and yank it out. And there's a very easy way to remove the skin. That is, make a gentle cut at the tail end, And then just imagine you're pinching the skin between the cutting board and the knife. Next, cut your fish crosswise into portions that are about 6 to 8 ounces. Okay. Very good. So let me show you how to make the marinade. Now, the marinade is a variation on pesto, and it starts with a couple of cloves of minced garlic, the zest, that's the oil-rich outer rind of the lemon, and fresh basil. Pound these ingredients together in a mortar and pestle. Then add salt and pepper. This will help make a paste. And finally work in fresh lemon juice and extra virgin olive oil. What you wind up with is something that looks like this. And spoon the marinade on top, saving just a little bit to put on the fish when you go to put it on the plank. All right, so marinade is on the fish. Marinating time about 30 minutes to 1 hour. And meanwhile, you also want to soak the cedar planks in water. Soaking does two things. It'll keep them from burning on the grill and also helps release that cedary steam to flavor the fish. You can see I'm just using a grill press, metal press, to keep the planks submerged. Now let me show you how to set up the grill. I have preheated the grill to high, and I want to set it up now for classic indirect grilling. So what I'll do is turn the center burners off. You've got the outside burners on high, the center burners off. Let me show you how to put the fish on the plank. So on our big plank, we can arrange the 4 pieces of fish like this. And on the individual planks, I like to arrange the fish on the diagonal. And we have a little bit of the reserve marinade, so you can spoon that over the fish. This is a great dish to make in summertime when you can get beautiful, fresh basil. Then, last of all, this is some finely grated Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, Parmesan cheese. You can think of this as a sort of a deconstructed pesto. And last of all, just to keep the fish moist, a pat of butter in the center of each. Put the fish on the grill, and the fish goes on the unlit burner. The moment the plank goes on the grill, you can start to smell these incredible cedar aromas. What's happening is the heat of the grill is actually generating a cedar-flavored smoke. And the cooking time on this will be about 30 to 40 minutes for the big plank, about 20 to 30 minutes each for these individual servings. These look really nice on a plate. It's kind of like having the Pacific Northwest in your backyard. Well, it's been about half an hour, and I am a happy man. So let's transfer the fish to the platter, and to do that, you can use a big flathead spatula. Just put this right on top of a bed of herbs, and the cedar scent is just amazing. And one question, you know, is can you reuse the cedar planks? And the answer is, yeah, once or twice. Simply scrub them by hand after using, but even after the plank is kind of burnt, you can still use it because you can break it into pieces and use it for smoking next time you smoke fish. So the next time you want to grill fish that's absolutely fail-proof, get that cedar out of the closet and onto the grill.
That's it for this time. See you next time at Barbecue University with Stephen Reichlin. The recipes from today's show and this season of BBQU are contained in Stephen's award-winning book, BBQ USA. The 700-plus page celebration of regional American barbecue contains more than 425 fiery recipes. And now, on DVD, The Best of Barbecue University. Over 3 hours of the recipes and techniques that have made Stephen one of the most trusted names in barbecue. BBQ USA and Best of BBQU can be ordered online by credit card. To learn more about barbecuing and grilling, you can visit us at our website at bbqu.net. Barbecue University with Stephen Reichlin.
Brought to you by Weber. Making backyard heroes since 1952. You can visit us at Weber.com for over 200 recipes, grilling tips, and more.
By...
You've gotten your hands full grilling for a crowd. A lesser man might be content to finish those brats and leave them shivering on a platter. But you, my friend, had the foresight to start a bratwurst hot tub. Welcome to Johnsonville.
By...
Crisco brings you simple measures with a measuring cap and clean pour spout. It's an innovative twist on no drip. Start something good with Crisco.
And by Barbecues Galore. Barbecues Galore, America's barbecue and grill superstore, where you'll find everything you need for barbecuing. You can visit us online at bbqgalore.com to find the Barbecues Galore nearest you.
Coming to the fair? We'll be there, and we hope to see you. Come to the Varied Industries building to experience digital TV, pick up some great giveaways, and purchase merchandise from your favorite shows. Bring the kids for Clifford and Dan Wardell. Experience Iowa Public Television in person at the fair. Come visit Dean Borg, host of Iowa Press, at the Iowa State Fair Thursday morning, August 10th from 10 to 11.
In a land where the promise of spectacular beauty lies just beyond each horizon, take a journey that will have you wondering, what could possibly be more spectacular than what I'm looking at right now? Over Alaska,
Sunday at 6 on Iowa Public Television.
Next time on Nature, Alaska. In the midst of this natural splendor, a dark mystery is unfolding. Stellar sea lions are disappearing, and we don't know why. Searching for answers is filmmaker Shane Moore.
I've been following this story long enough to know that there's a long list of potential killers. There's lots of death, but no bodies.
Can we solve this mystery in Alaska before it's too late?
Tune in to Iowa Public Television, Sunday at 7.
Next time on American Masters.
The distinguished reporter and news analyst, Edward R. Murrow.
Good evening. Tonight, See It Now devotes its entire half hour to a report on Senator Joseph R. McCarthy.
Broadcast news began with Ed Murrow. He set the highest standard.
We all wanted to be like him.
He was broadcast journalism's biggest star. Edward R. Murrow on American Masters.
Good night, and good luck.
Tune in to Iowa Public Television Wednesday at 8:30.
This is Iowa's television network, statewide Iowa Public Television. Funding for this program was provided by Friends, the Iowa Public Television Foundation. Generations of families and friends who feel passionate about the programs they watch on Iowa Public Television.
You know, leaving a guy in charge of watching the baby is always dangerous. They cry, they whine, they're always hungry, and they're too helpless to take care of themselves. And it's the same thing with the baby. It's a focus thing. There are very few things that a guy will stare at. And if he's married, there are even fewer. But one of them is whatever you got under the hood. For some reason, a man is drawn to an open hood the same way a moth is drawn to my sock drawer. Those guys don't have a clue how that thing works, but neither one of them wants to be the first to admit it by looking away. Now that my babysitters are in place, I can go grab a quick 9 holes. Problem this week up at the lodge. My wife Bernice is in a line dancing competition and her partner is Buster Hadfield. You know, Bernice tells me that I'm not a very good dancer. I always thought that I was light on my feet, but she says I'm pretty heavy on hers.
Hi, Chris.
Yeah.
So, what's the favor that you need?
Hello, Harold. How are you today?
What's the favor?
Can we not exchange pleasantries, a little greeting? Is that too much to ask?
I'm fine. What's the favor?
Okay. Do you know what line dancing is?
Oh, yeah. That's a show you always make fun of on TV. You know, you say it looks like a bunch of fat losers stepping on cockroaches.
No, you know, that's just my sense of humor. That's all.
Oh, well, see, because I always thought humor had to be funny, so...
Okay, Harold, the point is, your Aunt Bernice has always been nice to you when there's been no reason to, okay? Well, she has a problem.
I'm looking at him.
Harold, she's made it to the finals of the line dancing competition, but now her partner's come down with the flu.
Oh, and you want me to fill in?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Am I the first person you asked?
Absolutely.
Boy, that's very nice. Thank
okay,
you,
great.
But I can't.
Oh, Harold, come on. Everybody else turn me down.
Hey! No, I don't know how to line dance.
Any idiot can line dance.
Is that you volunteering?
Harold, come on. You got to do this for me. I'll owe you.
You'll owe me huge?
I'll owe you huge, Harold.
Oh, I love this.
It's time for the president! Roger!
Today's prize is just 5% discount off the regular $150 ticket price to the Possum Lake Historical Museum, where our motto is, your value is history. Okay, I'll cover your things, Ed. Okay, Mr. Green, you got 30 seconds to get Animal Control Officer Ed Frid to say this word. Gross. Gross.
Yeah, all right, Mike.
Yeah, go.
Okay, Ed, how would you describe what you see a lot in your job as Animal Control Officer? Okay, no, I'm talking about like roadkill. You see a dead raccoon in the road, what's that called?
Justifiable homicide?
No, okay. Let's say that my income was $100,000 before expenses. That would be my something income.
Fabricated income, yeah.
Okay. When Hollywood makes a movie, what do they expect to be really big?
Oh, implants.
Okay. When you have 12 eggs, you have a dozen. But when you have 12 dozen eggs, you have a...
Frat party. Oh,
yeah, we're almost out of time, Mr. Green.
Yeah. Okay. I want you to envision Old Man Sedgwick skinny dipping. What do you see?
Shaved albino weasel?
No, but remember you ran over a weasel last year with your lawnmower? Remember that?
Yeah, actually, I spent a year in therapy trying to forget. Thank you, Red.
Okay. But when you went to clean it up, it was just too...
much work. I figured, I'd just wait until the grass grows over it.
It's in there.
Do you know what time it is? Well, unless you're on scheduled medication, it really doesn't matter. Welcome to Harold's Hobby House, where my guest tonight is bad guy turned good guy, Mike Hammer. Mike, tell us about your hobby. Oh, okay. Well, I used to have a really great stamp collection for a while, but I decided to give it back to its legal owner in return for a reduced sentence. So now I like to collect things that tell a story. Old keys. Oh, keys from history. I like to say every key unlocks a story. Every key unlocks a heart. That's so poetic. You got a very deep soul. Did you create that yourself? I read it on a placemat. So are these historical keys like the castles and dungeons and famous buildings and chastity belts? Well, yeah, things like that, yeah, except for the chastity belts. I decided to donate those to Chastity.
No, I think you mean you donated them to Charity.
Charity was her sister. Actually, she was more popular because she gave tax receipts. Okay. Well, do you have any medieval keys or... Well, as a matter of fact, no. Do you have any famous building keys? Oh, okay. How about a famous Ivy League university, Yale? That's a lock company, Mike. I thought you said these keys tell stories. Well, they do. Okay, this is the key to the liquor store. And this was the key to the handcuffs. Oh, this is the key to the cop car. Okay, Mike. These are just keys you use to commit crimes. Used to. Past tense. That's why I was always tense in the past. That key looks pretty new to me. And that one, this one. That's the key to my room. Oh, I may have brought the wrong bucket here. That's the key to my scooter, and this is the key to my briefcase. Mike, I'm going to want these back. So, make me an offer. Okay. Well, I'm offering not to phone the police. That's the key phrase. Okay.
You ever notice that when you have a car for a long time, it starts to look like you? I've had this convertible for 30 years, and by now the top is so tattered, you can see right through most of it, and you can't put a hat on a car. Oh, sure, I suppose you could just buy a new convertible top if money is no object. But what if money is an object? A huge object. A huge, mysterious object that isn't part of your universe. Is a guy on a fixed income not supposed to have nice things? Not necessarily. Every man loves that new duct tape car smell. But there's a couple of drawbacks with this solution. On a windy day, your hair's going to stick to the inside of the roof. And when you go to put the top down, it sounds like you bending over in a rental tux. But rather than get all depressed and decide the world is against you and start hitting the booze and writing country songs, why not use this as a chance to upgrade? Because you know there's something fancier and more luxurious than a convertible. It's called a hideaway hardtop, a removable roof. Step one, go into your garage. Or somebody's garage, and get yourself a garage door opener. Okay, next step is to remove the trunk lid. It's as easy as pie. Mind you, I don't bake. I decided to duct tape the garage door opener onto the hood rather than weld it on with the torch. Just seemed like a better idea. And I took the rollers off the garage door, mounted them on the sides of my trunk lid. That way she'll be able to roll easily up and down the track. Now I just hooked the cable onto the front edge here. Oh, look at that. A rust hole in exactly the right spot. Some things are just meant to be. And to bring the roof back when I want to go topless, I got a bungee cord running off the back bumper. Uh-oh. More threatening than rain. Canada geese. So remember, if the women don't find you handsome, they should at least find you in a snazzy car. As guys get older, they tend to get crankier, and they find that nobody wants to spend time with them. This is not a coincidence. People would rather bite into an apple than an onion. Okay? So don't turn into a crabby old dink. And don't tell me all your friends are dead. They're probably just using that as an excuse. Now, people may believe they have no control over their moods, but chances are you made yourself miserable, so you have to make yourself happy. Yeah, I know horrible stuff happened to you. A tornado flattened your house. Somebody left the fridge door open. Horrible stuff happens to everybody. Look at Harold. But, you know, maybe it's not that horrible. Sure, you got more aches and pains, but those will prevent you from doing things that can really hurt you. Maybe you're an inch or two shorter than you used to be, but you've reduced your chances of being struck by lightning. No matter how bad things get, just stop and think, hey, my pants aren't on fire. And smile a lot. There's only 2 times when you shouldn't smile. When there's a bad smell, or any time your wife's not smiling. Often those occur simultaneously. So lighten up. You don't have a joke? Be a joke. Look at Harold. The point is, you want to hear people laughing, even if it's at your expense. You can afford it, you crabby old dink. Remember, I'm pulling for you. We're all in this together.
If your fuse panel causes a brownout, call an electrician. If your septic causes one, call me.
Rothschild Sewage and Septic Sucking Services.
Well, talk about having a good day. I got Harold to agree to be Bernice's substitute partner for the line dancing contest, so she's happy. And then I sent him over there to practice with her, so I'm happy. What are you doing here, Harold?
Oh, she canceled the practice.
What?
Yeah, she's coming down with the flu. Well, she said she's going to be okay. You know, she'll just not be able to compete in the line dance competition.
Oh, well, I guess that's the end of that, eh? Yeah.
Which is too bad, you know, because $1,000, that's a lot of money.
Pardon me?
First prize is $1,000.
Well, wait a minute. We can still compete.
We? Who we still?
You and I as a couple.
A couple?
Yeah.
A couple of what?
A couple of winners, Harold. Come on, we can, come on, we gotta do this, eh? I'll owe you huge.
You'll owe me ginormous.
Yeah, that's fine. Come on. You gotta show me all the steps.
Well, aren't you afraid how bad you'll look line dancing?
No, I'm afraid how bad you'll look in a skirt.
Go on.
I never played soccer. Oops. Never played soccer as a kid, so Bill and I were supposedly gonna play some soccer, but Bill, you kind of just ran over the soccer ball there, so it may. He said, "Don't worry about it. He's got another one in his pants." I thought he meant soccer ball. Wow. Thank gosh for Medicare. Okay. How are we gonna blow that up, Bill? Oh, no problem. Wow. Yeah, no thanks. You handle the pump until it dries, and then I should have told Bill I was going to pull the needle out because it relieves the pressure. And no, he's fine. And the thing about soccer is I think you need to play it as a young man. I think it may possibly be it might be a young man's game. I'm not sure. I think taking the game up at 50 is probably kind of dumb, and it's not as easy as it looks. So I had an idea, and I just tried to help Bill up, or he tried to help me down. I'm not sure. I'll just tow you. So the idea was that I would duct tape the hockey stick to the handle of the pump. We get a little more leverage, and because what I wanted to do was really overinflate this ball. I wanted the ball to be a little bit larger. I may possibly have overdone it a bit on the size of the ball. Now we're both afraid it's going to blow, and it was the pump that went. We got a great idea. We got the ball out there, and the reason that we need such a big ball is that we're not gonna kick this ball. It's not soccer. It's soccer. Now you're talking. All right. So this is my goal. I get down to this end, and there we go. On the other end, and Bill reaches for the trunk button, and bang, up and over, and I go down, and I come out through the back end of the band, and then he's got the door going good. And he hit the post, and then he hits her again. He shoots her again. We have very poor defense on our team, and he still keeps hitting that post. So I come up, and I got the hockey stick on the door, and I give her a good banger, and up she goes. And now he grabs the hood release and flips it backwards over his head. A great shot! Wow! And now he spins around, and I'm coming right at the darn thing, hit it straight at him, goes right into the hood, and he wedges. Now, Bill, you can't drive it in. You got to punch it in. Oh, red card! Red card! Red card! Red card! I don't mind the game, but the celebration kills you. No, this isn't some kind of weird same-sex wedding gift. It's the hose off a vacuum cleaner. I've extended it a bit because I'm going to use it to depopulate this beehive. When it comes to the birds and the bees, I'll take the birds any day. This vacuum hose will be like a tiny casino. The bees won't be able to pass by without getting sucked in. Now we just add a little patience. You know that guy who sang "The waiting is the hardest part"? He sure wasn't a lodge member. That was the Queen. Well, mission accomplished. Or as Shakespeare would say, "Hey, you sons of bees, where is thy sting?" You're probably wondering, what do I do now? Now that I got hundreds of bees inside my vacuum cleaner. Well, up at the lodge, we're environmentally friendly. We have a catch and release program. the new Possum Lake area line dancing champions. Thank goodness there was no urine test.
That was fun.
Yeah.
That was fun. I enjoy being a girl.
Uh-huh. Well, it's not a huge stretch for you.
Speaking of huge, you owe me huge.
Yes, I do, Harold, and I'm going to pay you huge. You know that $1,000 prize?
Yeah?
I'm going to give it to you.
All of it?
All of it, the whole shebang, Harold.
I told you, man.
Okay.
Oh, that is so generous.
Yeah. Well, you earned it, Harold. I mean, you were great. Hey, great eye contact with the judges. Your leg kicks were incredible. Hey, I mean, you really sold it. Yeah.
I did, didn't I?
Yeah, you were good. Yeah, you were good. Yeah.
You like the leg kicks?
Yeah. But you know, if you ever do that again, you might want to make another choice in underwear. True. Yeah.
But still, giving me the entire $1,000 sounds
yeah.
red. You know what? I'm going to buy you something with part of this money.
Okay. Well, as it turns out, Harold, it's not $1,000 cash. Okay, it's $1,000 worth of line dancing lessons.
Meeting time.
Yeah, you go ahead, Tammy Sue. I'll be right down. Okay, if my wife is watching, I'll be coming straight home after the meeting, and don't worry, I'm going to take care of you. I'm a good enough line dancer to know where the line is, even though I may dance around it a little. And to the rest of you, thanks for watching on behalf of myself and Haroldine and the whole gang up here at Possum Lodge. Keep your stick on the ice.
All right.
Sit down. Bow your heads for the man's prayer. I'm a man, but I can change if I have to, I guess. All right, men, apparently Harold has a brief announcement.
I have been receiving a lot of unsolicited attention lately. Now, yes, the flowers have been nice, but I do want to remind you that I am engaged and I am a lady.
Funding for this program was provided by Friends, the Iowa Public Television Foundation, generations of families and friends who feel passionate about the programs they watch on Iowa Public Television.
I want to talk to you about something that concerns folks our age. Oh yeah, memory loss. We all been there, frowning in the middle of a parking lot, trying to remember where we parked the car. Or which car did we bring? Was it the sedan or the wagon? Do we still have the sedan? Didn't we sell it last year and buy a van? You know, a lot of us are worried about losing our memory because we think we remember having one. The truth is, we never did remember stuff real well. You remember yourself being funny or smart or good looking? Not only have you lost your memory, you've picked up somebody else's. But that's a good thing. That's a good thing. It's better to remember things as being better than what really happened. See, nature does that on purpose. Otherwise, nobody'd have more than one kid. Or get remarried or keep cheering for the Toronto Maple Leafs. If you've forgotten you're forgetful, well, forget it. But if you got to remember one thing, remember this. I'm pulling for you. We're all in this together. She scrimped and saved for 2 years to buy that car.
She did not give you permission to drive it, but you had to go behind her back and take it out for a drive anyway, didn't you?
And you had to go to the lumber yard, And you had to buy 2 sheets of drywall. And you had to try and cram them into that tiny little hatchback, didn't you?
And you had to rip the upholstery in a roof. Now what are you going to tell her?
You're not going to tell her anything. Not yet.
First of all, you're going to ditch that drywall. Then you get back in that car, drive over to her nephews.
You know the ones, those rotten little children of Satan?
You're going to take them out and buy them ice cream and chocolate and pop.
Especially chocolate. Yeah. And make sure they spend at least an hour inside the car.
Yeah. When those 3 little hyenas are done, that your rip on the roof line's going to look like an afterthought.
And you're off the hook. How can she blame you? You were only trying to be nice to her nephews. It's not your fault they're rotten, destructive little sociopaths.
They're family.
Right.
Welcome to the expert portion of the show. And on this week's expert portion of the show, we have 2 experts, my Uncle Red and his good friend, Mr. Winston Rothschild. All right, here's our first letter, and it goes as follows. Dear experts, my dad says I should stay in school and get an education. I want to get out and get my dream job now. What do you think?
Oh, that's no contest. Get out there and get the job. Man, I'll tell you, a degree is just a piece of paper.
See, just a second now. The road to a higher education is not a one-way street, eh? Take me, for example. I took an alternative route. After I quit high school and started up, Rothschild Sewage and Septic Sucking Services, it was after that I got my college degrees, in my spare time. There are a number of great learning institutions to pretty much anybody who can read the back of a matchbook cover. Right now, I'm working on a degree from MIT.
Not the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
No, Murray School of Tennis.
See, the way I see it is if I get my PhD from Murray, that'll be 9 in total. Oh, yeah, 9, that's right. Winston Rothschild, PhD, LLX, SOL, IOU, DOA, VCR, PDQ, QT, and, of course, TNA.
Well, look at you, Winston. You got all those degrees. Look what you're doing. You're running the sewage business. That's what I'm saying. The education is not worth it. Just go for the job.
Wait a minute. You don't have any education. All you're doing is hosting this show. You're no better than me.
So you're saying, like, we're both in the sewage business?
Well, yeah, but I take it away.
Coming to the fair? We'll be there, and we hope to see you. Come to the Varied Industries building to experience digital TV, pick up some great giveaways, and purchase merchandise from your favorite shows. Bring the kids for Clifford and Dan Wardell. Experience Iowa Public Television in person at the fair. Come visit Dean Borg, host of Iowa Press, at the Iowa State Fair Thursday morning, August 10th from 10 to 11.
Hello, I'm Dan Miller. At Iowa Public Television, we know what it takes to bring you the best. It takes passion, it takes commitment, and it takes leadership. That's where you come in. Because you believe in this network and all of its services, I want to invite you to help ensure the leadership that's essential for our future. Join me and others in the Iowa Public Television Leadership Circle, where members help nurture and promote the ideal of television excellence through their yearly contributions of $240 or more. There are special benefits for Leadership Circle members, yes, of course. Most important among all of them is knowing that you are making a difference with a network that is a leader in the areas that matter most: quality, service, and trust. For information on how you can become a part of our success, call 800-779-7000. And thank you for being an essential part of Iowa's network.
Alaska. In the land where the promise of spectacular beauty lies just beyond each horizon. Take a journey that will have you wondering, what could possibly be more spectacular than what I'm looking at right now?
over Alaska. Sunday at 6 on Iowa Public Television.
Next time on Nature, Alaska. In the midst of this natural splendor, a dark mystery is unfolding. Stellar sea lions are disappearing, and we don't know why. Searching for answers is filmmaker Shane Moore.
I've been following this story long enough to know that there's a long list of potential killers. There's lots of death, but no bodies.
Can we solve this mystery in Alaska before it's too late?
Tune in to Iowa Public Television Sunday at 7.
Funding for Home Time has been provided by 3M, makers of innovative products serving the professional and do-it-yourselfer, with many of these products made right here in Iowa.
Country Landscapes. Landscaping Iowa from Ames, North Liberty, and Clear Lake, Mason City. From patios to plantings. Designing and building outdoor living spaces for Iowans since 1981.
Hi, welcome back to Home Time. We're helping out our old buddy Nick Smaby on a pretty aggressive remodel he's been working on.
It's basically a mid-century modern style house, and the last time we focused on the exterior.
The big jobs were sealing up the flat roof, which is a big design element in houses of this style, finishing up the window insulation and getting a good start on the stucco siding treatment.
We also introduced the homeowners, Nick and Michelle Smaby, a couple of soon-to-be empty nesters, interested in getting more out of less space.
One interesting thing about smaller spaces is I think it forces you to prioritize and do more thinking.
You don't have a lot of level changes in a house like this, and so inherently it's nice for a couple that wants to have a bedroom, master bedroom on the first floor.
Concurrently, I think we have the opportunity to create, essentially a maintenance-free house.
On this program, things will start happening inside with a flurry of new insulation, a high-efficiency wood-burning fireplace. It's got a lot of neat features, wood flooring that'll help define the character of the house, and some heavy-duty plumbing downstairs to set up a new cast iron soaking tub.
And there's some things going on the outside, too. We're going to be pouring some concrete that'll dovetail beautifully with this mid-century modern style. Stick around, see how it all turns out.
Home Time is brought to you by Chevy Trucks. Ready to help with your next home project.
When banks compete for your mortgage, some offers really stand out. You can compare up to 4 customized offers at LendingTree and choose the one that's right for you. 1-800-555-TREE. When banks compete, you win. LendingTree.com.
And by Johns Manville, manufacturers of a complete line of formaldehyde-free fiberglass insulation. Johns Manville. Our focus is insulation.
Well, today we're going to be blowing these walls in this house, all the exterior walls, with a spray and fiberglass insulation system.
The moment the insulation goes in, again, that's one of those things that happens very quickly, and it results in kind of a dramatic change in how the space feels. And it's also a great sign of progress.
Well, we're looking at a process here that looks somewhat like blowing snow, but actually this is a slick new way of insulating walls.
It's a virgin wool fiberglass, very short strand fiberglass, so it fills really nice into the sidewall cavities.
So this is the fiberglass insulation we're talking about right here. It comes in these bags, thrown into the top of the hopper. That fluffs it up a little bit, and then sends it through this hose out to the house.
We have a wireless remote for the machinery operation. We turn the glue on, hit the remote, and we're up and going.
This tank back here contains an acrylic additive. It goes through this hose and it's sprayed out into the insulation just before it hits the wall to make it nice and sticky.
There is no water. It is strictly just a glue. There is no water with this system. This is totally mold resistant. There is nothing to support the growth of mold with this system.
Tim, why don't you kind of describe, how do you fill up the cavity with this stuff?
Basically, you start at the bottom of the cavity,
try and be 90 degrees to the cavity if possible, and then we just start building it up and working up as we're going. And then we get a little bit of a layer towards the top, especially like 9-foot walls like they are in here. We go up to the top and start filling down to meet the top and the bottom. And then we come back with a stud scrubber and shave them off. So you're just kind of shaving it off the front as you go up the stud wall. Right. And you just use that stud as kind of your guide all the way up the wall. Yes. The stud scrubber works best as we roll the material up. If we start at the top and roll it down, it'll tend to pull the material out at times. So we want to start at the bottom and roll it up. And that excess comes off. That's vacuumed up, taken back to the truck. We reuse it again, put it on the wall somewhere else in the house. There is just one hopper. We throw dry material in it, and the reclaim from the house also gets dumped in the same hopper. Now, the slick thing about a system like this is areas like this behind receptacles and around wires, it's not as easy to get bats in here, whereas a system like this just totally packs that full of insulation. I think one thing people don't realize is if you don't do a good job with fiberglass bats, you can actually get like air currents moving around in that stud space, right? That's right. One of the benefits of this product is there are no air infiltration. It's all sealed up with the fiberglass. Once this is done, you'll still put a vapor barrier on it though, right? Yes, we will. And once this is up on the wall, is this about the same R value as fiberglass bat? Well, it's higher than a fiberglass bat. This is going to be an R23. The way we gauge the R value is your distance of the nozzle from the wall. 12 to 16 inches is R23. Once you get back 1.5 to 3 foot is in the R20-21 range. And then 3 to 4 feet is R19. So it's really the density of the material. It's really a slick system. It goes really pretty darn quickly. You know, you got one guy that can tend the hopper and vacuum, the other guy scrubbing, and the other guy blowing. So it's a real fast process. So how long do you think it'll take you to do the entire house here? We should be able to do this house within about 2.5 to 3 hours. So just in time for lunch is what you're saying? That's right. Yeah. Well, that works out for pretty good timing. You know, it's well worth the upgrade. It's just a few $100s normally per house. Insulation is one of the few items that will actually pay for itself in the end. And you can only do it once.
The insulation is finishing up, and now we're going to just get our fireplace done.
Usually a lot of the high-end kind of finish items come in at the end of the job, but today we're putting in a fireplace and it's going to look gorgeous. First thing they're doing is cutting all the holes for the fireplace. They're starting with the one on the top.
This is the worst part. Most of the work's up front before the actual flue goes in. We cut a hole in the top of the chase top to kind of see what's going on. Then we start lining up where the flue's going to go. We start pre-cutting all the joists and getting a clear shot for the chimney. Once we got the holes lined up, we can get the unit in place and start building the chimney system. Fireplace weighs about 350 pounds. We've got a special cart that's going to make it a lot easier to get in the house, but it still works no matter how you slice it. We've got a stair climbing cart that's got adjustable forks on it with a little winch on it, so we can get the units on and off the truck and up and down stairs with minimal damage to the homeowner's house and to ourselves.
Well, they managed to get it into the house, and now they're going to put the legs on it and slide it into place.
This unit has telescoping legs, and the homeowner wants it raised up about 6 inches to get our raised hearth on the unit. The zero clearance wood fireplace is a great tool for the building industry, that you can come in and set a unit in one day versus masonry where you need footings. This unit does not need any footings because it doesn't weigh that much, and it is designed in such that you can put it on a wood floor. You just got to center it up, and then we'll take the measurements and get her in there in its final spot. We set the unit in place, and the builder wanted it up a little bit higher. It wasn't at quite the right spot for us. So we pulled the unit up a little bit, re-drilled the holes, readjusted the legs a little bit higher up. We secured the unit by screwing the legs into the floor, and then when we're finally done, we'll use some steel strapping and strap it at various points so we don't get any shake inside the unit. The chimney system stands on top of the unit, and that helps hold everything in place. We've got the weight of the chimney directly on top of the unit.
Well, the unit's in, looks level, everything's flush, and next to put in the venting.
To build the chimney, we start at the bottom. We install the first piece. We like to use a couple screws in an inner piece. It's a stainless steel or flue. We'd like to use stainless steel screws. You set the unit, and you start running up.
So why are there two?
This is the inner stainless steel flue, and this is the outer air-cooled portion of the flue.
Okay.
Which is going to cool off the chimney as it burns.
Standard, okay.
And you simply keep building it in each section of pipe, snapping the inner first, then the outer fall after that. There are a lot of attentions to details here. We've got to seal at every floor level because of the tighter construction. You got to seal and make sure you don't disrupt your vapor barriers. And also at the roof, we've got a roof penetration here. We've got to make sure we seal everything and make sure everything's sealed down nice and tight. What we've got is a brick-lined unit. You throw your logs right in the inside here. You've got an ash grate. Our air control is inside the door here. We've got a gasket on the inside of the door here that's going to seal up our combustion. And we've got an ash pan down inside the bottom. With the use of the sealed door, we're slowing down the rate of combustion and we're reburning the smoke, which allows us to get higher efficiencies from the stove and better control the flames.
What are these shiny things here?
These are stainless steel baffles that are going to get mounted up inside the stove, and they're going to deflect the heat up into a pattern that's going to make them reburn the smoke, give you beautiful dancing flames.
This looks like a duct.
That's a heat duct that's going to allow the heat out of the room and out of the interior chase and into the room. So we'll mount it up on the wall, and our heat will enter the room through that duct.
It's going to look good.
It's going to look great.
All right.
What we're going to do is throw a custom chase top on here, set it on top. We're going to seal down our collar in the center. We're also going to install a storm collar over the top of that to protect that inner seal. After that, we'll put a termination cap up there. We'll snap that in place and run a couple screws in it so the wind never takes it off. We'll have a leak-free chase for the future.
All right. Eventually, we will be putting in a surround on this fireplace, but kind of gives you an idea how a unit like this goes in. Looks really great.
A lot of the customers are asking for minimal frame and large viewing of the glass and the fire, and this unit definitely comes through in both those aspects.
The lines and the look are very consistent with the architecture of the home, and really that's kind of what drove it.
With all the mechanical rough-ins pretty much done, the drywall crew's taken over the house, and Nick and I are talking about this open ceiling he's going to have in his screen porch. So now you have some pretty specific ideas for this, right?
Yes, we thought a lot about the material we'd use for the ceiling. The ceiling is, it's a pretty prominent piece in this porch, and we decided we wanted some sort of natural beauty to be a part of the ceiling. We considered green-treated lumber, but didn't really want a green ceiling, and we didn't want to paint it. Redwood is another option, but it's becoming less so. It's very hard to come by in this part of the country, and it's very expensive. So cedar seemed like the perfect material. The rafters will be cedar.
What size are they going to be?
They are 2x8s. On top of them, we will place tongue-and-groove cedar boards, and as you stand and look up, all of that will be exposed. We are impressed with the natural beauty of the product. It certainly is weather resistant. We're not going to paint the ceiling. We're going to leave it natural. We may put a clear coat on it or something, but essentially the natural beauty will shine through.
Well, it's going to look great. I'm really excited. You know, the screen porch is a little ways off, but something to really look forward to.
Well, as you can see, things have moved on. We have all the drywall done now. The guys are working on hardwood flooring. This is going on most of the first floor, the entry, the great room, the kitchen, back in the two bedrooms here, even part of the bathroom. Kurt Schaefer and the guys have done a couple of home time projects. They know what they're up to.
Yeah, we lay out a run, and then we pound it in. So you lay out a portion of the flooring before you pound it in. This is a random product. It's anywhere from 1 foot to 8 foot lengths. You want your joints 3 to 6 inches at minimum apart. We put down the felt to mark the joists. We want to lay this product over the joists, perpendicular to all the joists, because our 2-inch staples go through the subfloor into the joist, and that's where we get our holding power.
The material Nick is going with is called a quarter and rift cut. Here's a couple examples of it. This is a quarter sawn piece right here. You can see how tight the rings are. This is a rift cut. This is where you're cutting perpendicular to the rings on the tree. The other version of that would be a plain sawn right here. You can see that the banding or the grain is much more open. I'm sure you recognize that. So this is definitely the look that Nick's going for.
Quarter sawn oak was the species of choice, I think, in the prairie school architecture, and dating back to the turn of the century and earlier. And I just think it It was interesting and fun to try to use it in this kind of updated modern home.
It's the most labor-intensive floor that we install, is the 1.5 inch. And you pay a little bit more for this than you do the plain sawn oak, but it's a cleaner look. With the climate we have here, there's a lot of fluctuation in humidity, so if you go with a narrower product, your cracks don't end up being as wide.
Now, the guys are saying they'll have everything nailed down tonight, and the next couple days they'll come back in, sand everything, put a couple coats on, and then when the entire house is finished, they'll come back in, sand it one more time, put down one final coat, and then it'll be a done deal.
So far, not a whole lot's been happening with landscaping here, but today there's going to be some footings poured and some concrete walls poured, a little bit of plumbing, and some other stuff going on. It should be fun.
Well, we have this wall here. It's about 60 feet long in total length, and then we have like a 10-foot retaining wall in back.
What the intention with this wall is we're kind of playing off the idea of a white picket fence, but this is a 50s modern house.
Right.
So the idea is that this is a real low wall, 18 inches high.
Okay.
And it's just a bit of a separation from the public space to the private space. So it's
Great.
kind of a contemporary play on that.
You have some more in the back, right?
Yep, we've got a big hole in the back. It's a bit of a mess, so watch your step. Back here, this corner will be filled up with a screen porch.
Okay.
End of the day. So today what we've got is we've got a footing poured down here already, and what we're going to pour is the concrete wall for some stairs that will go down here, and you'll be able to get into the backyard.
With the forms, they're basically taking big metal sheets, heavy ones, and connecting them together to form kind of a long metal trough.
You could just free float this right on the footing, and you don't really even have to lock it down into the footing. They go really quick. They go a lot quicker than if we were laying like masonry block.
I think the idea is really kind of a barrier between the street and the home. You know, obviously it's not a big wall, it's not a literal barrier, but it's kind of a psychological barrier.
Since this is a total remodel, that of course includes plumbing. Everything's been roughed in before they did the drywall, and today Don Harden and Mark Plash are going to come in and finish off a tub and put in some shower valves.
Actually, it takes about anywhere from 4 to 6 guys to move a tub of that size.
It's a big, heavy tub, so we get a couple guys and slide that in there, but hopefully they'll be done in an hour or so with that.
This is an extra deep soaker tub. It's cast iron, super, super heavy. It's over 400 pounds. It's supposedly going to fit perfectly in there.
We're very tight. But according to our architect, it's designed perfectly for the tub.
Oh, they can get it in there, right. It's designed to a T, so it'll fit in there perfect, like a glove.
This is where it's going to be going, is this space right here. This is where they hammered out for the drain.
The drain from the tub goes right into the floor, so they actually have to cut out the concrete floor in the basement.
Including Brett, they got 4 guys to help lift that tub.
They're choice wood employees, and they're working right down the road, so they've come down here a couple of times to help us move that tub around.
There was just a little bit of confusion as to how to carry it in so that the drain and the tile flanges ended up in the correct spot. Once they figured that out, they stood it up on end and then walked it in.
When you're dealing with a tub that's approximately 400 pounds, you just worry about getting hurt, really.
Then it took just a little kind of finagling to angle it into that alcove. As they dropped it in, there was a lot of kind of communication, make sure everyone's fingers were clear.
Well, the framing allowed like virtually no extra room, so we had to tip it in and kind of persuade it to drop it down into place.
You're good in the front. There you go. Right. Then.
But the nice thing is it was down the basement already, and thank God it wasn't on a 3rd story.
Well, first of all, they got the drain on the correct side, which is over here, not over here. So I'm thinking, yeah, fill it with some water, take a little dip.
Oh, it's a beautiful tub. I mean, it's nice and deep. It's perfect for soaking.
The biggest problem with any kind of cast iron fixture is you could chip it, which can be repaired if you need to, but thank God we got this one in and no chips, no problems. Other than that, they're really durable. They hold their heat when you fill them. The plan is to get all these roughing valves in, get the water back on for them, And then they can come back in and patch sheetrock and Durarock and start tiling, and I think we'll be out of here for a while.
The concrete truck is arriving, and we need to move a couple things around, so we've done a little bit jimmying of some vehicles, get the trailer out of the way, and make way for the truck.
One thing that makes pouring this concrete a lot easier today is the equipment you can bring out to the site. Now, it's a real job getting everything here and orchestrating its delivery and whatnot, but once it's here, you start delivering that concrete, that's the way to handle it.
It's not your ordinary concrete truck. This baby's equipped with an extendable arm kind of thing, and on the arm, there's a conveyor belt, which makes it really easy to get the concrete from the truck to wherever you need it. He's kind of just working it through the trees right now. There are a couple power lines that are kind of presenting a problem, so he's very slowly and carefully getting that arm exactly where he needs it.
I like coming in here, all these trees. Of course, I had to extend the boom out before I could back in. Overhead power lines is always a big problem.
All right, they got the arm all in position. Now they're prepping the truck. They have a rubber thing kind of in one of the forms in back. Getting the truck ready, he's going to start putting the concrete out. So the operator works with this handheld remote control, which can start and stop the concrete coming out, as well as moving the arm back and forth and putting it into different positions.
Tilts up, down, telescope from this point out, and basically run counterclockwise, clockwise, and get the swing back and forth. In regards to moving concrete from point A to point B, it's got about a 50-foot stretch if I completely telescope it out. I brought 6 yards with me. If we were just doing a constant pour, I could probably empty off in about 15 minutes.
The physicalness of pumping all that concrete back to that wall and then tipping it up, to something above you, yeah, it saved a lot. And it's a lot cheaper than a typical pump truck, so that's the way to go.
We're done with the walls and back, and the driver's trying to manipulate into a different spot, and once we get back there, the rest of it will go a lot quicker.
Whenever you're pouring concrete, there's a lot of excitement because you don't have a second chance at concrete. Everything's got to happen just the way it's supposed to happen, and especially with the wall out here in front, you want it to be nice and smooth and handled just perfectly.
So as you can see, you got the first guy running the hose. Next guy is kind of scooping, making sure everything's in and off the top. We have a vibration kind of happening to make sure there's no what they call honeycombing, make sure that everything settles down and there's no bubbles. And then last, you have the person going behind doing all the finishing work. This particular truck doesn't necessarily have enough, but what's cool is that once this first truck runs out of material, the second truck's just going to come right in and start feeding that same conveyor belt from the second truck. So it's a pretty slick system.
I like it a lot for these little smaller jobs over like a conventional pump truck. The pump truck takes a lot longer to set up, and then when you're done pouring with the pump, you have a lot of extra in the hopper and a lot of cleanup. It costs more. What this truck does for a smaller job like this, it puts it, and you can stop it on a dime, and it makes it go really good.
Yeah, there was a lot of hairy situations with the power lines and whatnot. Just being careful not to hit anything, and as long as nobody got hurt and no damage occurred, I think that makes for a good job.
Overall, concrete is a big part of this landscape. It's going to be really interesting to see how it turns out.
It's always nice to have a masonry structure like a little wall like this out in front to help define the front yard, make it look a little bit aside from the actual house itself. This one is very simple and straightforward. It kind of fits in with that modern form.
Very clean lines. There's not a lot of ornate detail.
This is the second house I've dealt with this exposed concrete, and I'm starting to like it a lot more.
It offers the opportunity to do some very creative landscaping in front of it and create kind of an entry to the home. It's part of the entering process to the home. To each their own. To me, it looks like an unfinished wall.
Well, a few days have passed now. The concrete's set up. Bart's guys have stripped off all the forms off the front of the wall. Now, design-wise, you can see this is a relatively straightforward, simple design. I think it matches the style of the house pretty closely.
The good thing about something like a poured concrete wall is that if in the end we don't like it, we can put anything we want on it. So it could be stucco, it could be copper, it could probably be wood if we chose. But for now, it's kind of a wait and see, and let's see how the landscaping coordinates with it. And I'm optimistic that in the end, it'll look pretty interesting.
So they've come a long way from what they started with. What Nick basically described as a double-wide trailer. It's going to be cool to see how it all comes together as Nick, Brett, and Jim pull all the elements together.
It should be a winner. Hopefully you'll tune in. For everybody on the crew here, we'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.
Visit Hometime at PBS Online. We've got more details about our projects, tips on owning and maintaining a home, and a great glossary of building terms. Stop by and see us at pbs.org.
Home Time is brought to you by Chevy Trucks. Ready to help with your next home project.
When banks compete for your home equity loan, some offers really shine. You can compare up to 4 customized offers at LendingTree and choose the one that's right for you. 1-800-555-TREE. When banks compete, you win. LendingTree.com.
And by Johns Manville, manufacturers of a complete line of formaldehyde-free fiberglass insulation. Johns Manville. Our focus is insulation.
We are PBS. Funding for Home Time has been provided by 3M, makers of innovative products serving the professional and do-it-yourselfer, with many of these products made right here in Iowa.
Country Landscapes. Landscaping Iowa from Ames, North Liberty, and Clear Lake, Mason City. From patios to plantings, designing and building outdoor living spaces for Iowans since 1981.
Alaska. In the land where the promise of spectacular beauty lies just beyond each horizon. Take a journey that will have you wondering, what could possibly be more spectacular than what I'm looking at right now? Over Alaska.
Sunday at 6 on Iowa Public Television.
Next time on Nature, Alaska. In the midst of this natural splendor, a dark mystery is unfolding. Stellar sea lions are disappearing, and we don't know why. Searching for answers is filmmaker Shane Moore.
I've been following this story long enough to know that there's a long list of potential killers. There's lots of death, but no bodies.
Can we solve this mystery in Alaska before it's too late?
Tune in to Iowa Public Television Sunday at 7.
Hello, I'm Dan Miller. At Iowa Public Television, we know what it takes to bring you the best. It takes passion, it takes commitment, and it takes leadership. That's where you come in. Because you believe in this network and all of its services, I want to invite you to help ensure the leadership that's essential for our future. Join me and others in the Iowa Public Television Leadership Circle, where members help nurture and promote the ideal of television excellence through their yearly contributions of $240 or more. There are special benefits for Leadership Circle members, yes, of course. Most important among all of them is knowing that you are making a difference with a network that is a leader in the areas that matter most: quality, service, and trust. For information on how you can become a part of our success, call 800-779-7000. And thank you for being an essential part of Iowa's network.
Make a date with Mozart for a spectacular summertime concert. Garrick Olson plays the Coronation Concerto, and Louis Langray and the Mostly Mozart Orchestra perform the Coronation Mass. Next time on Live from Lincoln Center.
Wednesday at 7 on Iowa Public Television.
Next time on American Masters.
The distinguished reporter and news analyst, Edward R. Murrow.
Good evening. Tonight, See It Now devotes its entire half hour to a report on Senator Joseph R. McCarthy.
Broadcast news began with Ed Murrow. He set the highest standard.
We all wanted to be like him.
He was broadcast journalism's biggest star. Edward R. Murrow on American Masters.
Good night and good luck.
Tune in to Iowa Public Television Wednesday at 8:30.
This is Iowa's television network. Statewide Iowa Public Television.
Funding for this program was provided by Friends, the Iowa Public Television Foundation. Generations of families and friends who feel passionate about the programs they watch on Iowa Public Television.
Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome to the New Yankee Workshop. Today we're going to build one of the hottest items in the furniture design world, the ottoman. We'll pay a visit to High Point, North Carolina to look at several different versions. Then we'll come back here and build our own, as well as a leather footstool for the cigar chair we built a couple years ago. That's next, right here in the New Yankee Workshop. Funding is provided by...
It may not look like a power tool, but Minwax rich wood stains and clear protective finishes are made to give you the power to turn a house into a beautiful home. Minwax, making wood beautiful for 100 years.
Delta Woodworking Machinery, a full line of precision shop tools, available at woodworking dealers, hardware stores, and home centers. Delta, serious woodworking tools since 1919.
Columbia Forest Products, makers of hardwood plywood, veneer, and flooring, celebrates those of you who would rather be in the workshop than anywhere else.
If you just bought a piece of furniture, chances are the person who sold it to you found it right here in High Point, North Carolina, during one of two annual markets, one in April and one in October, where the latest in furniture design is shown to the trade. Don't try to come here during that time period. You won't find a hotel room, you won't find a parking space, and they won't let you into any one of the 200 buildings where the furniture is displayed unless you're in the trade. But we have a connection. Norman Coley helped us with the cigar chair a few years ago, and he promised his help once again. Hi, I'm looking for Norman Coley. Thanks. Hey, Norman.
Hello, Norm. We've been expecting you.
Good to be here. How's the market going for you?
This April market's going great, but we get to turn around again in October and do it all over.
So this is a big deal for you.
This is a huge deal for us. We have over 75,000 people attend the market from 110 different countries, from over 3,000 different manufacturers.
Wow.
But it's not just about the styles, it's also about the color, the patterns, and the fabric. Take, for example, this tangerine leather.
Wow, that'll draw your attention.
You've got to draw some attention in an industry that's so competitive.
Now, I must say, oh, look at the size of this ottoman. Now, I have a hidden agenda today. I want to find out what's going on with ottomans. We see them everywhere. Everyone has to have one of these. Why?
Well, decorators are using ottomans in different ways. The old cocktail tables are gone and ottomans are in for additional seating, to put a TV on, to put a tray on, throw your feet up on. The whole ideas of ottomans and benches have changed completely.
And it looks like you have a variety of designs.
Like this drum table with these antique nailhead trim and a beautiful yellow fabric.
You could even just put a lamp on that, I suppose.
You could use it as an end table, as a coffee table. Take, for example, this raffia little cube. Now, it takes on a very tropical feel, 3 different colors. You could stack these and have a real statement, or put them side by side and use as a big cocktail table.
They're great.
And we also have a button tufted, this persimmon plaid fabric, big 42-inch square ottoman.
Well, you know, I think this will be nice in someone's living room, but my favorite is still leather.
Well, this is a new leather and a new design that we brought out this market.
That's a nice looking chair.
Most guys love leather. If you like this leather, you're going to love what we've done to your cigar chair.
Oh yeah, this is the cigar chair that we built a couple of years ago that you showed us how to do. And what is the story with this leather?
This is a hand-tooled leather. It's very expensive, but it looks it.
It looks great. A lot of people have ordered the plans for this project, you know.
We have shipped out lots of kits. I know the project's been a success.
Oh, that's great. You know, and I think this is something we also want, is something to complete or complement this chair, which is a nice footstool. Do you think I could build this?
Well, if you can build the cigar chair, the stool's going to be a piece of cake.
Really? So I see a turned leg just like the chair?
Same turned leg, hardwood frame, double dowel construction. It's got a piece of polypropylene webbing over the frame, piece of foam, and then the leather right over the top.
And we're using the antique nails like we did on the arms.
The nails again to hide the edge.
All right, well, I think that's perfect. But, you know, I still have a dilemma. This will work with the chair, but I'm still looking for an ottoman that I can put in the living room.
We've got a couple over here. Let's go take a look.
All right. When will the general public be able to see and actually buy this furniture?
In about 6 to 8 weeks, when the buyers that you see here today return home, we'll ship the orders, they'll set the retail floors up, and then it'll be available to the public. How about this bench here, Norm? Is that what you're looking for?
That's a nice size ottoman. What is it, 30 by 40 maybe?
About 32 by 42.
Nice size. Put my feet up on it. Could set a dinner tray on it, throw some magazines out on it. And if there's extra company around, place to sit. This is just about right. Now, how about the frame on this? Is it like the footstool on the cigar chair?
Just like the stool, same leg, same frame construction, double dowel hardwood rails. You can make the box any size you want.
Seems to be a nice fabric, but looks kind of complicated here. You got all these diamonds, and they're tucked in here, and there's buttons. Is there any sewing on this?
There's no sewing at all. There's pleated corners. All of the fabric is laid on top of the ottoman top. The buttons are pulled through. In a matter of a couple of hours, we could probably teach you a few tricks.
You think so? If I go over to the factory, can I get your master upholsterers to give me a few hours of lessons?
We'll pull a couple guys off the bucks, and I'm sure they'd be happy to show you.
All right, well, I appreciate it. This is great. Thanks again. Oh, this is sweet. It may seem a little decadent to have both a cigar chair and a footstool here in the New Yankee Workshop, but I have to have a place to eat my lunch, and this is perfect. I got a great lesson from master upholsterer Bobby Gant from Lee Industries. He showed me how to make this footstool, and it turns out the most difficult part is making these nice, neatly folded corners, but it's not too bad. He also showed me how to make this tufted ottoman. This is a little more challenging, but you can do it once you know the steps. Putting in these buttons, learning how to do all these folds, which give it a very interesting look, and bringing the fabric down properly around the corners, installing this welt. Now, if you'd like to build either the footstool or this tufted ottoman, a measure drawing is available with the materials list, including a source for all the accessories needed to upholster these pieces. Now, both of them start with turned legs. We'll do that first. Before we start woodworking, let's talk about shop safety. Be sure to read, understand, and follow all the safety rules that come with your power tools. Knowing how to use your power tools properly will greatly reduce the risk of personal injury. And remember this, there is no more important safety rule than to wear these safety glasses. Now, mounted in the lathe, I have a blank for one of the legs. The top of it stays square, the bottom is turned. I've knocked off the corners to save time at the lathe. The first thing I want to do at this point is round this section using a gouge. Okay, now I'm ready for some layout. All right, that does it with the turning and the sanding. Now we'll take it over to the bandsaw. The plan calls for the square portion of the post to be slightly smaller than the turning, so I'm trimming it here at the bandsaw. Here I'm drilling some 7/16 inch diameter holes for dowels which will connect the rails to the legs. Here are the remaining pieces for the footstool, the rails and the corner braces. The tufted ottoman will have the same pieces, just a little bit bigger. Each rail needs 2 holes to receive the dowels that are going to go into the legs. To drill those, I'm going to use this doweling jig. Simply line it up and drill the holes with my cordless drill. Well, now I'm ready for some assembly. And the first thing I'm going to do is glue the dowels into the rails. This is going to be incredibly strong. The trick here is to clamp this up and make sure that it's still sitting square and level. And finally, these corner braces, which are held in place with glue and some screws. Now's the proper time to stain these legs. We don't want to be putting on stain around our expensive leather or tapestry. I'm using a water-based stain. It's a combination of standard red mahogany and standard brown walnut. I'll just put on a couple coats until it looks even. Now that the stain is dry, I can start to seal the wood. And I'm using a brushable sanding lacquer sealer. And after this is dry, I'll give it a very light sanding, and then we'll put on some final coats of a semi-gloss lacquer. While the lacquer dries on the footstool, let's start upholstering the ottoman. Here's another frame that I made yesterday. It's constructed the same as the footstool, rails doweled into the leg with these corner braces. I've stained and sealed the legs with some lacquer. Now the upholstery is going to start with this webbing, which is a very tough material made out of some sort of plastic. And it's just part of the kit that we'll list in the plan. Now for tools, I'm going to need a stapler. I happen to have a pneumatic upholstery stapler. It uses staples like this, either 5/8 long or 3/8. If you didn't have a pneumatic one, you could certainly use one of these hand-operated staplers. Now I've laid out for the webbing, and what I'm going to do is staple it to one of the rails first. With it hanging over about 1 inch or so, put in a bunch of staples, fold it over, and staple it again. Now I'm going to take this pair of wide-mouthed vice grips and hook it on so that I can pull the webbing nice and taut before I staple it. Now I'm going to run 3 pieces of webbing in the other direction. The end pieces go under, over, and under. Now on the middle one, we go over and then under. The next piece of the upholstery kit is this woven polypropylene fabric. And that's going to get stapled to the frame, and what it will do is help distribute the weight that's on top of the ottoman to the webbing and over to the frame. I want to make sure I stretch it tight, just as I did with the webbing, and staple it to the rail securely. Now I'm just going to fold it over, as I did with the webbing, and staple it again. I like to work from the center out to the edges. The next step calls for a layer of this synthetic batting. And just center that on the piece. Now the next piece that you'll need is this, a piece of 5-inch foam covered with the batting. It also has the additional benefit of having the holes pre-drilled at the factory for the location of the buttons. Now, if you want to make your own, in the plan there'll be a diagram showing the layout of these holes. The idea is to get this piece of foam centered on the frame and then attach it with a few staples. Here, the idea is to pull the batting down so it's just about even with the frame and secure it with staples. All right, now we're ready for the fabric. Now here's the fabric we've picked for this ottoman, and at this point I'm just going to get it roughly centered in both directions. Now if I were to just pull it out like this and start pushing the buttons through wherever there are holes in the foam, that wouldn't work. This is like a three-dimensional surface when it's finished. If you look at the prototype, you can see that the buttons pull the material down, and we need to have these folds to give it the detail we want. That means that the holes in the fabric have to be further apart than the holes in the foam. Now with the kit, you'll get a paper pattern from which you can lay out the exact location of the holes in the fabric. And we'll also include the same information on our plan. These yellow marks represent the location for the buttons. And for now, I just want to get this roughly centered. That's pretty good. Here I'm using some upholsterer's string to string up our buttons. These buttons are covered with the same fabric that we're using on the piece. Now if you couldn't get these, you could use plain buttons, or you could go to your local fabric place where they might be able to make you buttons. The next thing I need is one of these, an upholsterer's needle. It has a point at one end and an eye at the other end. I got this one from Bobby Gant, but you can probably get one of these at your local upholstery shop. I want to set the needle over the mark in the fabric and then put my hand between the fabric and the piece and find the corresponding hole. Now let me open this up a little bit so you can see what I'm trying to do. I want to get that needle to go into this hole right in the center. I'm going to pull the fabric back over. And what I want to have it is perpendicular to the top of the piece, and then I'm going to push it through. I'm going to leave about 3 inches projecting at the top. Now I take one of the buttons and thread it through the eye, and I want to hold the end of the string just slightly higher than the button. Now I'm going to reach underneath and with a quick pull the whole thing through. That's all there is to it. Now let me show you another one. This one, I have to pull the fabric over and find the hole. Get it straight. Push it through. String it. Reach underneath. Pull it through. Now I'm going to set the piece back up on my work table and start on the knots to secure the buttons. It's called a slip knot, or sometimes referred to as a figure eight. And what I do is take the strings like this, wrap this one around those 2 fingers, go under, then over. And what that does is creates this little loop right in the middle. And what I want to do is bring the end of it through, snug it up, like so. Then I'm going to take a little piece of batting, wedge it in the V, and then by simply pulling on the end, it's going to pull that button down. It'll be secure and it won't pop out. Now let me show you that again. What I do is pull the string out, let it wrap around those 2 fingers. Bring this string around. I go under, then over, and then back over again, creating this little loop right in the middle. Then I bring this string up through the end, pull it snug, like that, tuck in a piece of batting, pull on one end. Now watch what happens when I tug on it. It starts to pull that button in. Now if I come around here and reach and grab that button, there's no way it's going to pull out. Now I'm going to just pull on the slip knots so that all the buttons are setting at about the same depth. And I want to start right in the center and create the 4 folds right here. And this is where all that extra fabric is going to come into place. What I do is simply manipulate the fabric, trying to keep it in the center of the buttonholes, and tuck it and smooth it out, and keep working around until it looks nice and even and no wrinkles. With the center diamonds complete, I'm going to start on the edges, and I'm working off of the buttons, making a fold on each side, and I want to pull the fabric down under the frame and tack it. Now I'm going to move closer to the corner and create a crease here and tack that. All right, with these pleats nicely folded and square, I'm now ready to start working on the corner. Now I'm going to pull the fabric down evenly, just about like that. And I'm going to tack it right under the leg. I'm going to come around the corner, about 1.5 inches or so away, put another tack, one over here. And with the excess material, I'll be able to make a nice pleat in the corner. Now it takes a little bit of fussing. I may have to pull a staple out now and again and reposition the material, but eventually you get it. All right, that's one corner. That turned out pretty well. You can't rush it. You've got to take your time. Well, what do you think? How'd I do? Last night I stayed around long enough to complete all these folds and tucks. I wrapped it around the edge, added plenty of staples, and then I trimmed off the excess fabric around these legs. Now I'm putting on the welt. I have welt cord and a strip of the fabric, the same that was used on the top, and I simply fold it over the cord, run it right along the edge, and staple it in place. Gives me a nice transition at the bottom edge of the piece. The next step is to install this cardboard strip on top of the welt, and it simply tightens it up and it provides a foundation for the next step. The next step is to install this polyester fabric, and it really just closes in the bottom of the piece. Now the casters that come with the kit require 3 screws to hold them in place. Well, there it is, ready to go. Now let's turn our attention to the leather footstool. Here I have the frame that we made yesterday, and if you look underneath, you can see the woven polypropylene fabric, which is the support base. On top of that, I installed the upholstery foam, which is covered with the batting, just like I did with the big piece. There are no holes in the foam because there's no tufting to be done. All I have to do is take my piece of leather, get it centered, tack it in place, and then I'll show you how to do the corners. With the leather tacked along the bottom of the rails, I can now work on the corner. And what I want to do is pull it down, let it flare out, just bring it under the corner, and put a tack right there. Then I'm going to go back around the side here a bit, fold it over. There's the bottom of that square part of the post. Put a tack on each side. Okay, now I just take this corner and fold it, tuck it under, and make it come right to that corner and tack that in place. And do the same thing on this side, and we'll end up with a nice, neat fold. Now here it is with the bottom applied, the casters installed on the legs, and the final finishing detail is a row of antique brass tacks. Well, here they are. One leather footstool and one tufted ottoman. I hope you'll build one of these for yourself and some for your friends. They were fun to build. Now let me show you what we're going to build next time. It's a chest on a frame. And we had never seen anything like it until we paid a visit to the Tucker House, one of the oldest houses on the island of Bermuda. It features these bun or onion feet that come up to a nicely scalloped skirt. It has through dovetails at the corner and a nice, solid, heavy lid, which is supported by the cover on this interior box. So what do you say? Let's build one of these Bermuda chests. That's next time right here in the New Yankee Workshop. Funding is provided by
Thompson's Water Seal. When it comes to decks, Thompson's Water Seal provides America's homeowners with complete protection against water damage and harmful UV rays. Thompson's Water Seal.
Columbia Flooring wants to salute all those who really love hardwood floors, even if it's a little too much.
Delta Woodworking Machinery. A full line of precision chop tools. Available at woodworking dealers, hardware stores, and home centers. Delta. Serious woodworking tools since 1919.
To order a home video or a measured drawing of the project you've just seen, please call 866-545-9708. Additional information is available at newyankee.com.
We are PBS. Funding for this program was provided by Friends, the Iowa Public Television Foundation. Generations of families and friends who feel passionate about the programs they watch on Iowa Public Television.
Coming to the fair? We'll be there, and we hope to see you. Come to the Varied Industries building to experience digital TV, pick up some great giveaways, and purchase merchandise from your favorite shows. Bring the kids for Clifford and Dan Wardell. Experience Iowa Public Television in person at the fair. Come visit Dean Borg, host of Iowa Press, at the Iowa State Fair Thursday morning, August 10th from 10 to 11.
Programs that we enjoy the most in Iowa Public Television, it's the variety that you have all the way from the local program to some of the national things like you get on the Ken Burns. But locally, I think living in Iowa is a gem, but we really enjoy the state fair coverage. But the creativity that Iowa Public Television brings to that is just very entertaining, and we really like it. I'm proud to make a legacy gift to Iowa Public Television.
To become a member of the Friends Legacy Society, call Friends of Iowa Public Television at 1-800-728-2828 or go online to iptv.org and click on Friends.
Alaska. In the land where the promise of spectacular beauty lies just beyond each horizon. Take a journey that will have you wondering, what could possibly be more spectacular than what I'm looking at right now? Over Alaska.
Sunday at 6 on Iowa Public Television.
Next time on Nature, Alaska. In the midst of this natural splendor, a dark mystery is unfolding. Stellar sea lions are disappearing, and we don't know why. Searching for answers is filmmaker Shane Moore.
I've been following this story long enough to know that there's a long list of potential killers. There's lots of death, but no bodies.
Can we solve this mystery in Alaska before it's too late?
Tune in to Iowa Public Television, Sunday at 7.
Next time on American Masters.
Edward R. Murrow.
Good evening.
Broadcast news began with Ed Murrow. We all wanted to be like him.
He was broadcast journalism's biggest star, Edward R. Murrow, on American Masters.
Good night and good luck.
Tune in to Iowa Public Television, Wednesday at 8:30. Enjoy the sights, the sounds, the color, and excitement of the 2006 Iowa State Fair, beginning on Iowa Public Television, Monday, August 14th.
Funding for This Old House has been provided by
Bank of the West. For checking, saving, borrowing, or investing, it's a great way to bank.
Good morning. I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to This Old House. Well, we are down to just the last few weeks, and that means there is a lot going on here at the job site. Roger Cook has laid the final grade of loam here in the back and side yards, and while it may not look like much now, he promises us this will be all sod within a week. Good morning, Tom.
Hey, Kevin. Say hello to Michael Grover. He's a local building inspector that services our area. He's one of 4 that services the city.
Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Kevin.
So 1 of 4. You must be a busy guy. How many jobs are you working on?
Well, I've got the north end of the city. I've got probably 200 projects or better going right now.
No kidding. So just between you and me, how's Tommy doing?
Can we turn the camera?
Are we doing everything we need to?
Everything's been great so far. It's been a joy.
Good. And what are the next steps for us?
Next step is for Tommy to get it done. I'll come up and do a final inspection, and we'll issue a certificate of occupancy.
All right. Well, let's hope so, and thank you for your help.
Thank you.
Tommy, I'll catch up with you in a few minutes.
Okay, Kevin.
And a little later on, we're going to have a look at our custom kitchen cabinets, and Norm will have a look at the modern, unusual furniture being built for our house. All of that and more when we come back.
They make this stuff look so easy on TV. And with the right know-how, it is.
The Home Depot is proud to support This Old House and to give you the know-how to tackle any project. The Home Depot. You can do it, we can help.
Anderson Windows is proud to sponsor This Old House.
More than 40 million people who care for their cars and homes choose State Farm for their insurance. State Farm, a proud supporter of This Old House.
Portions of This Old House are brought to you by GMC, makers of professional-grade trucks and SUVs.
Our house has 26 custom-made white oak doors, the most notable of which is the entry door, weighing in at a beefy 200 pounds. Because it's an exterior door, it has a solid quarter-sawn oak frame with a floating panel that can expand and contract, but also stay weather-tight. And Tom, I hear we're putting in some hefty hardware.
We are, Kevin. We're using a lock mortise. And in this box are all the mechanicals to lock the door and open the door. So when you turn that knob to leave, it unlocks the deadbolt.
Okay, so we've got 26 of these, and it needs to go into the spine of the door. So, there it is. You've got a jig, of course.
I've got a jig. It's a router that's on a sled that when I turn the crank, it'll actually plunge into the door, cutting the right size for that box.
And you've set it to the right height to receive this, so you're ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Let's see it work.
Okay. All right, Kevin, let's see how it fits.
Okay. I don't even know why I bother, Tom. You haven't missed yet, but we'll give it a try. As expected, perfect.
There you go. Now, this is a template that the manufacturer that makes the lock set gives us, and I'm going to line it up with the edge of the door, and that's going to tell me where to drill the hole for the key and the knob.
So that'll allow us to set this device right here.
Exactly.
All right, well, that is the entryway door. Just 25 more to go.
And that's why we use jigs, to make the job go faster.
All right, Tom, I'll check in with you later.
Okay.
Hey, Richard.
Hey, Norm.
I knew I'd find you down here. Everyone's real happy upstairs now that the heat is on.
It's always a good day when we fire it up. We run our gas pipe from the meter through flexible stainless steel tubing, come to this distribution header, and it goes out to all the devices, boiler, fireplace, the grill, the generator.
So no more black iron pipe.
Well, more and more we're using that flexible pipe. We ran it right into the mechanical room right here where the boiler is. Gas-fired boiler. It vents into a chimney, up and out. And we're using this boiler for all the heating and hot water in the building. We come over here to make hot water for the faucets. There's a coil in here with boiler water in it. But while you're here, I want you to see this. We have a snow melting system. This is a heat exchanger. On this side is boiler water. On this side is antifreeze. And when we bring this on, we might heat up that antifreeze to about 130 degrees and run it in tubes that are out in the driveway.
So George doesn't have to shovel snow or worry about ice on his sidewalks.
That's right, the lap of luxury. Now, this is our wall where all the radiant distribution goes on. Calculations all start right here with a weather responsive control. It knows how cold it is outside to fire the boiler. It's 25 degrees today. And we have a couple of different mixing devices in the building, 2 different mixing valves, 1, 2, because we have 2 different ways we deliver radiant heat to the building. On the first floor, we attached these tracks to the underside of the subfloor.
Okay, and because it's on the underside of the subfloor, we didn't want to raise the elevation, but that means you have more mass to heat up.
That's right, so we need a little higher water temperature, so one of the mixing devices is going to give us about 115 degree water temperature today. Now on the second and third floor, we've got this. Between the subfloor and the finished floor is this aluminum plate, and we run warm water through there.
And the finished floor is very thin.
That's right, and so we need much lower water temperatures. This is only about 100 degrees right here.
Okay. Now, the house is very tight, and we always worry about fresh air in that situation.
Well, we could just open up a window, but that would let all the heat out of the building. So we've introduced a heat recovery ventilator. And the way this works is it takes warm, stale air through here from the bathroom and the kitchen. Now, it passes through this heat exchanger right here and is sent to outside. At the very same time, cold, dry air comes from inside, or outside, I'm sorry, passes across this heat exchanger, picks up that heat before it leaves the building, and leaves it back in the building.
Okay, so we've got heat and we got fresh air, but in the wintertime, our houses get very dry. So what do we do about humidity?
That's right. Well, we heat by radiance, so there's no ducted system, so we can't just put a humidifier in the ductwork. So what we've introduced is a steam humidifier. The unit looks like this. It has a canister that's filled with water, and when the call for humidity, it makes steam. Now, there's a humidistat that sits up inside the building and tells us when to come on. Now, the steam is sent out through this distribution box right here. And there's a fine mist of steam will come right here with a little fan that sends it out into this area. Now, if I can get humidity up into this space, now this is an open stair hall all the way to the 3rd floor, it'll migrate to every single corner of this building.
That's great. No need for ductwork. You've thought of everything, Richard. Today, we get the first look at our brand new kitchen. You might recall that we had a narrow galley kitchen here when we started, but by pushing this wall into the dining space, we got a nice wide corridor here, and we were able to make a door opening directly into the dining room. Now, it turns out that our homeowner, George, has a little bit of Yankee blood in him. He's going to recycle his granite countertop and his kitchen sink here in the island. And he also salvaged and saved the bluestone floor. Now, for the last few days, Charlie and his crew have been installing the cabinets. They're nice and level and plumb, but because we inherited a floor that's a little bit out of level and wavy, there are gaps here and there. But that's not a problem, right, Charlie?
Not a problem. Cabinet company supplied us with a nice trim package to act as baseboard, the bottom of the cabinet. This piece here has already been cut to fit with a 1-inch space from top of base to top of rail.
Okay, so we have a 1-inch rail here, a 1-inch rail here, and we match that down there for a nice clean look. So how do you go about making a nice scribe?
Well, our next step on this piece is to transfer our line from the top of base to the outside corner of this next cabinet. Then we take our next piece of base and line it up with the top of rail.
And because the cabinet is level, you know that rail is level.
That's right. We make another pencil line on the outside corner again. Then we take our scribes and set that between the 2 pencil marks.
And that tells you the amount of material that you have to remove off the bottom of that base to make the top end up in the right place.
That's right. And then we take that same piece of baseboard and we line it back up with the top of rail. Now I take my scribes and follow the contour of the stone.
And you're using that blue masking tape to give you a clearer line so you can see it when you make the cut.
That's right.
So you're following right along the bottom edge of that line, and you have the blade tilted at a slight angle to back cut away from the face. All right, Charlie, let's see how you made out.
Just like a glove.
Nice job, Charlie. So how much more time do you have here in the kitchen?
Well, we have the stone backsplash to put in, then the upper cabinets, a little more trim, about a week.
Nice job, thanks.
Thank you.
My crew is just finishing the grading of the side yard so we can get a lawn in. But before the lawn goes in, we need an irrigation system. And putting that in for us is Ed Marchand. Hi, Ed.
How you doing, Roger?
Good. How's the system going?
Going good.
What do you got there?
This is the control panel that controls the whole system.
So when that turns on, it's going to send electric charge out to the valves.
That's right. It sends the electric signal to all the valves in the ground and turns them on and off as needed.
And I noticed this is a drip system here.
Yeah, what we got is a drip line that loops around all these shrubs here.
I love drip irrigation. It puts the water right down on the roots of the plant where it's really needed.
Right. We even got a zone all the way down the back here delivering water to these trees.
Well, I'm sure my trees will really appreciate that. But one thing I don't understand, I've seen a lot of drip irrigation pipe. I have never seen a purple pipe before.
It has emitters every 12 inches, and it works just like soaker hose, only better.
But why the purple color?
Well, Roger, it's purple because we're using reclaimed water.
That's right, and we're using water in this 1,500-gallon tank I installed down here.
Right, there's a big tank in the ground here that collects all the water from the roof.
Yep, and hopefully that's going to charge our whole system for the season, supply us with enough water.
Let's hope so.
Now, on the edge, you have spray heads.
Right, we have spray heads for all the lawn area.
Now, I've been on a lot of jobs where we would just throw it in rotary heads. Why the spray heads?
Well, rotary heads work great, but we decided to use spray heads here because we have some narrow areas and a lot of turns.
Okay, so that allows you better control of the water.
Exactly. We can get really accurate coverage on all the edges and also conserve water in doing that.
Well, that's what I love to hear. Now, you've got the whole system in. Is there any maintenance involved in these systems?
There is some maintenance, specifically in the fall and winter time. The water needs to be removed from the system, and we can do that by blowing out the lines with compressed air.
All right, great. I'm glad you got the system in before it froze solid here. And if you stop back next week, this whole place will be green with sod.
Sounds good.
Up here in the master suite, George has selected a furniture collection and matching closet system that was manufactured by an Italian company in the Lake Como region. And this morning, the company's installers showed up all the way from New York, and they've been making pretty good progress in installing the closets here in the master bedroom, as well as a large storage unit out here in the changing area right next to the master bath. Now, George chose a very dark stain color, one that the manufacturer calls Rovere Grigio. And he was so taken with this color that he tried to replicate it throughout the house on all the doors and the trim, which is why you see this casing here is so dark. And that dark color, in combination with these crisp, clean lines, makes a very modern and dramatic statement with the furniture up here on the second floor. And on the first floor, well, something a little bit different is going on. George has selected furniture that is going to be made here in America out of black cherry, and the other day Norm was in his element when he went all the way up to Maine to see the factory where it was being made.
Good morning, David.
Hi, Norm.
Thanks for taking the time to show us around today.
Sure.
Now, you're a family-owned furniture-making business that was started by your father, Thomas Moser.
Yeah, we started in 1973 in an old converted grain shell not 5 minutes from here.
Well, your collection has got quite extensive, but the signature piece has to be this continuous arm Windsor chair.
This was a form that my father designed in 1976 and has really evolved to become an American icon.
It's beautiful. And over here, a very simple piece, and to my eye, has a lot of Shaker influence to it.
Well, in those early days, there was a Shaker community, a very active Shaker community at Sabbath Day Lake, and they did play an influence on our earlier forms.
I do love the way you finish the wood. You don't try to cover it up. It's a natural finish, so the beauty of the wood really shows through.
It's an oil and wax finish.
Great. Now, we're here to see this chair, which is a very modern-looking piece. Where did this come from?
Well, this had its antecedents in the 20s and 30s during the modernist movement, and although it's two pieces, I see it as one. Some of the more organic shapes came from what are called whalebacks along the Maine coast. These are large outcroppings of granite which undulate only to reappear again. And so, as you can see in this shape, it begins, it finds its origins here in the ground, it comes up, disappears under the earth, and then reappears again in the shape of the ottoman.
Ah, I see. Well, it's a very graceful looking piece, but I know chairs are tough to make, so I'd love to see one made.
Love to show you.
All right. How long has the Vita chair been around?
I designed that as part of the Vita collection about a year ago.
And how's it being received?
Very well, very well.
Great.
Here it is. Basically, we've dry fitted it. You've got the seat pan in the back, and that component is held in a cradle.
Wow, this cradle is made up of all curved pieces that are laminated together. That can be tricky.
Well, it can be. So Norm, on a lot of our bendings, we simply use this cold press.
So you're taking the individual laminations, applying some glue, and then clamping it in the press.
Yeah, it's just a yellow woodworker's glue.
I've done that plenty of times.
But for the Vita chair, we require a lot more dimensional stability so that all four legs meet the ground at the same point. So what Warren's doing is applying the resin to a series of veneer cut flitch.
So by flitch, we mean that these pieces were cut with a knife from the tree and reassembled in the same way that they actually grew in the tree.
Right, and what that does is ensure both color and grain continuity.
Anything special about the resin?
Yeah, well, that resin is particularly receptive to our radio frequency machine. Basically, it's a very large microwave oven.
And how does that work?
Well, once the lamination has the resin applied to it, we place it in between the jig, and there's metal both top and bottom of the mold. It goes inside of this, inside of our radio frequency machine. There's a hydraulic ram that comes down with a lead that completes the circuit between the top and the bottom of the jig.
Okay, well, I understand all of that, but what do the radio waves actually do for the cure?
Well, what it does is it actually expedites the drying process, as well as making the cure more uniform along the entire lamination.
And that's what gives you the stability.
That's correct. So Norm, now that we've left the radio frequency generator, we are left with a laminate that looks like this. And it's in its rough state. What we'll do at that point is pass it over the bandsaw and then ultimately to the joiner.
So you end up with pieces that are the correct width, and because you run them over the joiner, they're nice and square to the face.
Yep.
Okay.
Following that process, we use a traditional joint called the mortise and tenon. The tenon is simply introduced into the mortise, and then finally fox wedged. Now these wedges are cut flush to the surface so there's no extrusion.
Okay, so these are the top two elements of that cradle, and this is the bottom piece, I would assume.
Which is glued and screwed.
Okay, so that comes together like that.
And then lastly, we insert a wedge.
Wow. It is a complex piece. And here you have some that are all glued up and cured, and boy, they are strong.
Yeah, despite the seeming airiness of them, they have tremendous strength.
Get your hand with that.
The seat pan and back are then applied, and they cradle nicely into the base.
Now I noticed that the back has a curved element, but it's not laminated.
No, this is a steam bent piece, and for this we'll use a Helma copying shaper.
Okay.
What Jim's going to do here, using our copying shaper, he's going to insert the rear style of the Vita panel.
Okay, so that's just a raw piece that's been steam bent.
Right. It's a two-pass process. We'll begin by milling the inside of that style. Once the front is done, then he'll simply repeat the process, milling the back side of that style. This is what the copying shaper produces.
All right, so you got a perfectly matched piece every time you run it through the machine.
So from that, there's some more milling that needs to take place to achieve this double rabbet.
Okay, and some more mortises for tenons.
A real hallmark of traditional craftsmanship.
Absolutely.
Then these tenons are simply inserted, and the back panel is fit. The entire chair is assembled, sanded, and ready for finishing. As with all our furniture, one of the last processes is it's signed by the craftsman that built it.
Well, that's a nice touch.
Then what we use is a double-boiled linseed oil. It's a derivative of a flaxseed.
So you just spray that on. Boy, look at that. You get an immediate look of that cherry just popping to life.
Yeah, this is really the transformation process.
After the oil, what do you do?
We spray it with a coat of lacquer.
Okay, so that gives it a good protective finish.
It does. Norm, about 3 days after the finishing process has begun and the lacquer's been allowed to dry, we take the chair up to our upholstery department where the stitching is done and the final upholstery is applied.
So they look wonderful and they're going to look great in our library. I want to thank you for taking the time to show us what goes into making a chair like this.
It's been our pleasure to have you.
Thanks.
With over 6 miles of wire all being pulled to the same room down here in the basement, things can get pretty messy and confusing, but I think our master electrician, Alan Galant's guys, have made sense of it. Hey, Alan.
Hi, Kevin.
So I'm assuming over the time we have upgraded this electrical service during this project?
Yes, the existing service was a 100 amp overhead service. What that meant is you'd actually see the wire coming from the utility pole to the building.
Right.
What we've installed is a 400 amp underground service.
All right, and we've got 2 panels here?
2 200 panels.
And how many circuits?
40 circuits in each panel.
Ah, so quite a few. And then what's this panel right here?
This is our automatic transfer switch for our generator.
Oh, that's right, because we installed a pretty big one on the side of the house.
We did, 12,000 watts.
So in a blackout, the generator kicks on, sends electricity to this panel, and then where?
From this panel over to our emergency electrical panel here.
And this just has the critical circuits on it here?
A little bit more, too. We have the refrigerator, we have the air handler, we have the boiler, we have general lighting.
Well, some lights are critical in a blackout. And then next to it, what is this beast? I've never seen anything like this before.
This is our balanced power transformer.
Okay, and what's that?
Well, it takes the power from the utility company into the building and it conditions it so that way it's a clean power sent out to the AV rack.
Ah, so this has to do with audiovisual. It must be the purview of Dan Chadwick, our AV specialist. Hey, Dan.
Nice to see you again, Kevin.
Yeah, same here. So tell me this is not just one giant surge protector.
Well, it's not just a surge suppressor. What it does is it takes the power from the utility pole and removes the electrical noise from it. Recording studios are using it. Video post-production houses are using it to ensure that there's high-quality audio and video.
So good pictures and good sound at all the other components.
And it also conditions the power so when it's sent to the audio-video components in the rest of the house, additional noise isn't induced in the lines.
All right, so if we've got something like this over here, I assume we are protecting some pretty fancy equipment on the other side of this wall.
We are. But first, we're also doing lighting control, whole house lighting control. What you see here are all the lighting electrical loads from upstairs that Alan has run going down into these dimmer modules.
And so when you say dimmers, are you talking dimmer switches? Does each one of these wires represent a dimmer switch?
Each one of these represents an individual group of lights that's controlled by an individual dimmer, and we have 80 dimmer channels in this panel.
And so is there some sort of intelligent brain to help us work those?
There is. This is the lighting control processor. It's right here.
All right, so we've got a little computer, and that's so that we can pick different lighting scenes and such.
Yes, all the in-wall button panels that are upstairs are wired to the lighting control processor so that when you press a button, it determines which lights go on and in what groups and scenes.
All right, and with 80 of them, I suspect we do need a computer. And the technology just keeps on going. You've got yourself another panel right here. Talk to me about this one.
This is a patch panel. Upstairs, we have these configurable wall plates that contain phone, data, antenna wires.
Sure, right. And then you
TV.
And wire to the back here. That all comes down here.
That's right. It comes in here. And we can patch any of those so that a jack can be a phone or a fax or data.
So I can basically rewire my entire house by just working down here.
All without tearing the wires out of the walls upstairs.
Nice to have. And with all these different boxes, obviously they're being fed by wire, and you have pulled quite a bit.
Yes, this is structured cable. This wire goes to those wall plates, and inside we have 4 individual wires. There's 2 Cat5 wires.
Now, hang on a second. Cat5, I always hear that. What does that stand for?
That's short for Category 5. That's a specification for how fast data can come down this wire.
Okay, so 2 Cat5s and then?
2 coaxial. Those are for TV or FM antenna, any other use.
Gotcha. And then these guys right here?
These contain the wires that go to the in-wall dimmer control button panels that are wired into the lighting control processor.
So those will come down here to this brain so I can pick all those different lighting scenes.
Right, as well as in-wall touch panels, as well as wireless touch panels, so that if you're, say, sitting down to watch a movie, you press a few buttons, the picture comes on, you can dim the light,
gotcha,
raise the temperature.
Okay, all right, and then we've got some more wire here as well. What's going on?
All these pink wires run to the speakers that are upstairs.
All speakers? How many are we putting in?
We have 16 pair in this house.
Wow, a lot of speakers. So that suggests we've got some pretty fancy stereo equipment too.
We do. That's housed in these racks. What we tried to do was put all the equipment downstairs that George never needs to touch, like the amplifiers and the control electronics that run the plasma television that's going to be upstairs in the home theater.
Right.
As well as being able to allow George to have upstairs all of the equipment that he actually needs to get at, things like DVD, VCR, and believe it or not, a turntable, because George still likes his vinyl records.
No kidding. Well, with all of this gear down here, I cannot wait to see some of these fantastic pictures and hear some of the great audio upstairs. How long until we get to see those?
About 2 weeks, we should have it all fired up.
All right, Dan. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Kevin.
Hey, Tommy, what do you think of all this electronics down here?
Well, I got to tell you, Kevin, you're seeing more and more of this kind of wiring on these high-end houses. But you know what? I'm really excited to find out that George has got quite a selection of records, and I can hardly wait to hear some of them.
Well, you know what? Maybe we'll play you one next time.
Great.
And until then, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
And I'm Tom Silva.
For This Old House.
Look at this. Bobby Darin.
Who?
Bobby Darin.
You're so small.
There's 2 songs on that record.
Next time, Roger sees what it takes to grow the gorgeous grass headed to our Cambridge project.
Well, I know that good seed's important to the sod, but fresh sod is what makes my jobs look good.
That's right. And there you have it, Roger, a finished load.
So this time tomorrow morning,
somebody will have a front yard all being watered.
I knew I could paint, but I never thought I could do this.
The Home Depot is proud to support this old house and to give you the know-how to tackle any project. The Home Depot. You can do it, we can help.
Anderson Windows is proud to sponsor this old house.
More than 40 million people who care for their cars and homes choose State Farm for their insurance. State Farm, a proud supporter of this old house.
Portions of this old house are brought to you by GMC, makers of professional-grade trucks and SUVs.
I am PBS. Funding for this old house has been provided by
Bank of the West. For checking, saving, borrowing, or investing, it's a great way to bank.
Coming to the fair? We'll be there, and we hope to see you. Come to the Varied Industries building to experience digital TV, pick up some great giveaways, and purchase merchandise from your favorite shows. Bring the kids for Clifford and Dan Wardell. Experience Iowa Public Television in person at the fair. Come visit Dean Borg, host of Iowa Press, at the Iowa State Fair Thursday morning, August 10th from 10 to 11.
Alaska. In a land where the promise of spectacular beauty lies just beyond each horizon. Take a journey that will have you wondering, what could possibly be more spectacular than what I'm looking at right now? Over Alaska.
Sunday at 6 on Iowa Public Television.
Next time on Nature, Alaska. In the midst of this natural splendor, a dark mystery is unfolding. Stellar sea lions are disappearing, and we don't know why. Searching for answers is filmmaker Shane Moore.
I've been following this story long enough to know that there's a long list of potential killers. There's lots of death, but no bodies.
Can we solve this mystery in Alaska before it's too late?
Tune in to Iowa Public Television Sunday at 7.
Hello, I'm Dan Miller. At Iowa Public Television, we know what it takes to bring you the best. It takes passion. It takes commitment. And it takes leadership. That's where you come in. Because you believe in this network and all of its services, I want to invite you to help ensure the leadership that's essential for our future. Join me and others in the Iowa Public Television Leadership Circle, where members help nurture and promote the ideal of television excellence through their yearly contributions of $240 or more. There are special benefits for Leadership Circle members, yes, of course. Most important among all of them is knowing that you are making a difference with a network that is a leader in the areas that matter most: quality, service, and trust. For information on how you can become a part of our success, call 800-779-7000. And thank you for being an essential part of Iowa's network.
This is Iowa's television network, statewide Iowa Public Television.
Funding for Ask This Old House has been provided by
the people of Pella Corporation through the Pella Roll Screen Foundation. The Pella team is proud to support Iowa Public Television and proud to provide products for home building and remodeling projects that enrich your life.
This stuff looks so easy on TV. And with the right know-how, it is.
The Home Depot is proud to support Ask This Old House and to give you the know-how to tackle any project. The Home Depot. You can do it, we can help.
Not only can Schlage locks improve the look of your home, but they can also improve your peace of mind. They're designed to be easy to install and to keep your home safe and secure. Schlage locks are a proud sponsor of Ask This Old House.
Portions of Ask This Old House are brought to you by GMC, makers of professional-grade trucks and SUVs.
A lot of people don't adjust this tank lever high enough to get the float all the way up. So once the flapper goes up, the water goes out by gravity. Yep. The float goes down, causing water to come in the tank and fill it.
You've been studying.
I'm a plumber.
Hey, guys.
Good morning.
Don't tell me. A toilet and the insides of a toilet tank. This is definitely going to be a story by you, Richard.
Actually, I'm the plumber today.
I wouldn't mind trying some gardening. Can we switch?
Stick to what you know, boys, please.
No, we got an email from a homeowner that's had a noisy toilet.
Oh, easy fix.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's probably going to be the flapper, so you simply jiggle the handle a couple times.
The triple jiggle technique?
Always works.
What if the toilet was designed without a flapper? How would you fix it then?
Even easier. I'd email you.
That's what she did.
Well, good morning. I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to Ask This Old House, where our guys will answer your questions, whether it's on a noisy toilet or, like something else we're going to do this afternoon, patch a hole using veneer plaster, or something as simple as outfitting your toolbox. Ken from Sparks, Maryland, sent us an email looking for help on choosing a hammer, and he is particularly interested, Tom, in the one you have with all those fancy dimples. He wants to know where he can get one of those.
Well, I actually make the dimples myself, Kevin. I use a wooden handle hammer, and I take a small spade bit, and I drill a series of holes in it all the way around. I also do it on my 16-ounce hammer.
And why do you do it?
Well, I think it improves my grip. You know, sweaty days, you want that grip. You don't want that handle to slide out.
So manufactured by Tom Silva.
Yeah, there you
As
go.
if there aren't already enough choices on the market. Look at all these hammers.
There are a lot to choose from.
Well, can you walk us through them?
We'll start right here with the big boys. These are the framing hammers. You know, it's a long handle, a heavy head, 22, 23, 28 ounce.
Mm-hmm. And oftentimes they come with a little dimple head here. What's that for?
It's a waffle head or a wafer head so that the hammer head won't slip off the nail when you're trying to toenail it in a hard-to-get place.
And we're going to use these to drive big nails for some rough framing.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, but not always what we want to use. We want to step it down sometimes.
You want to step it down, you want to go to a 16-ounce hammer. This is a 16-ounce wooden graphite or steel with a rubber grip. And they're all trying to absorb the shock that you get during the day from that hammer hitting that nail.
One work better than the other, or do you have a preference?
It's really a preference. You go on the job site today and you can find 6 different hammers with 6 different people. I use the wood. I've always used wood, and I just find that it's better for me.
All right, well, I like wood too. There are also a lot of specialty hammers for all different types of jobs.
There's specialty hammers like there's a Slater's hammer for slate roofs. There's a shingle hammer for wood shingles on sidewalls and roofs. This is a hammer that has a gauge right here so that when I drive my nail, I can hit that gauge against the bottom butt, and I know that I want to drive my nail right here so the next course will hide that nail.
Ah, okay.
There's also a cutter here so I can cut this shingle down to the rough width that I want, and then I can true it up with my plane later.
So one hammer, a couple different jobs. Perfect.
Exactly.
All right, and then this guy right here is for metal work, isn't it?
This is for light metal, for malleting light metal around a corner or a curve, a ball peen hammer.
How about this guy?
This is a bricker's hammer for basically cutting a brick, for example. You just hit it around the perimeter of the brick like that, all the way around, and then you whack it, and the brick is cut to length.
All right, so a lot of options for a lot of different jobs. Let's talk technique, because once you get the hammer in your hand, you actually have to use it.
So you want to drive some nails?
Yeah, sure.
All right, take a hammer.
All right, I'll grab
your
this guy.
safety glasses.
Yep, always some glasses here.
All right, now the first thing you want to do is you want to make sure that you grab the hammer correctly. Let's see how you're going to hold your hammer. All right, now you got a good grip. I like that. You want to be down near the end, and you're pretty good. I like to be right in that little curve right there. See how you can feel it right there around your hand? Gets bigger?
Hand.
All right, now let's see you drive a nail.
All right, let me get it started off.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. But I notice that you're swinging like this. All right? You're not you're not letting the hammer do the work. What I like to do is I'll take the nail and I'll whack it a couple times, get it started. Now I want to use the hammer along with my body. I want to take it and I want to drive it.
Wow, so you're really coming back up high.
Absolutely. High, and you want to look at that nail. You want to just continue right down and look at the nail. If you look away and you see your hammerhead, you're going to miss the nail.
Okay. So now once we've gotten them in, every once in a while I'll mishit it and I've got to pull it out.
Yeah.
There's some techniques to getting them out too, right?
Well, a straight claw hammer, you can get under that nail and you can pull it. But let's say the nail is in a hard-to-get place or low like this, and I can't get the straight claw under there.
Yep.
Now I can get my claw, the side of my hammer in here. I can get under it. Now I get some good leverage, and I can pull the nail right up and finish it off at the other end.
Now you refer to straight claw, which references this straightness right here, but there's also curved claws.
This is a curved 16 ounce. Now I want you to pull that. Let me drive 2 nails for you. You got one there, and this one right here.
All right, which one do you want me to start with?
Start with the curved claw.
Okay, curve. Get it in there.
Comes
good
out
leverage.
nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Pretty easy.
Now use the straight claw.
All right, will you hold that for me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a lot less leverage, so
It's
more
hard.
work.
But now you're also putting a lot of force on that hammer on the wood, and you could damage it. So now if you put a fulcrum under that,
okay, so
now
protect
you
the
use
wood.
the straight claw.
Oh,
much easier, right?
Yeah, it sure
and
is.
And you didn't damage the wood. Now you can use the wood under the curved claw also.
All right, well, it is a starting point. A lot of good tips for Ken. I hope that answers his questions, and if not, well, maybe you'll make him a hammer, Tom.
Maybe I will.
Hey, look, I'm not complaining, but it seems like the other guys don't get the type of emails I do. Seems like every plumber complains about noise, pipes that go thump and hiss and moan. And this one's no different. These people have a toilet that goes rattle in the night. Let's see if we can help them out. Hello there, Richard Trethewey, Assessor House.
Kathy Kang.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks.
Well, I got your email and I came just as fast as I could.
Oh, well, it's not an emergency, but the problem's upstairs.
I will follow you.
Well, this is our master bathroom.
Boy, it looks new.
Yeah, it is. We had it redone maybe a couple of months ago.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that the toilet was making a thumping noise, is what you call it.
Yeah, sort of in between thumping and rattling.
Okay. I've heard that before. Is that only when you use it?
No, actually, it does it when we use another fixture in
All
the
right,
house,
so
like
why
the
don't you see if we can make that noise happen?
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Good. One more time. Okay, let's see what you got here. This is a pressure-assisted toilet.
We picked this kind because it really works very well.
They do. They work
Yeah.
great. Now, I've seen this symptom before, and what I've got in the truck is some samples to help understand just what's going on. Let me run out to the truck.
Great, thanks.
Now, if you looked inside a traditional toilet tank, you would see water to about this level, and when you flush the toilet, the water would leave the tank and go down into the bowl by gravity, by the weight of the water. But this is a pressure-assisted toilet. So when you hit this button, there's a charge of air and water that leaves and completely evacuates the bowl. Now, this is a sealed unit from the factory, and it looks like this. Okay, it has a discharge pipe down to the bowl. When you flush it, the water goes down through here, and then water is replaced through this supply pipe right here. Now, it's a little hard to see what's going on inside, so let me show you inside the cutaway. Here's where the tank lever depresses it. Now, when you do that, the air and water goes quickly down through here. Now, this is spring-loaded. You see how it seals quickly. At that point, this tank is strictly filled with air. Now, you need to replace that water that was lost, and so that comes in through this supply valve. There's a pressure regulator, and that's going to push water into here. The water is going to fill the tank and compress the air, and so now the tank is sitting with a charge ready to go for the next flush. Okay?
Right.
What I think is happening is an issue with this. This is the pressure regulator. I'll just show you. I cut it apart. So here's where the water is supplied to the tank. Now there's a coiled spring that's designed to be at about 30 pounds per square inch of pressure. And when it feels that 30 pounds, it shuts off. And so the tank is sitting at 30 psi.
And why is that important?
Well, you want to have a consistent flush. You don't want it to be 50 one time and 20 the next time. So you want it to be consistent. Now, what I think is happening is when that faucet gets opened, this pressure is getting down below 30 pounds. Now, if this is now the higher pressure, what would happen? The pressure is going to try to go the opposite way against this spring and the washer right here, and now it's going to hammer, boom, 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 right in here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the manufacturer actually makes a replacement unit for lower pressure applications.
So all we have to do is replace the pressure regulator?
I think that's all we got to do.
Great.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we start by turning the water off and flushing the tank, because you really don't want to work under pressure. All right, and now to break the water supply connection. That was pretty loose. Okay, water connection is broken, and there's one nut on this side I've already got, and there's one more on this side. Okay, once I get these nuts off, I can take the tank right off the bowl and set it down there. Now, in order to get the pressure assist unit out of the tank, I have to break two more connections. One is this spud right here with a large nut. And then one more right here. Okay, with the connections broken, I can take the pressure assist unit right out. Now I have to extract this pressure regulator. And that's pretty easy. You just pull this down. And now I just want to cut this hose right as close as I can to the old clamp. Okay. So now we can put on our new pressure regulator that's set for 20 psi. First I put on a stainless steel clamp and push that into an insert and tighten it up with a screwdriver. Okay, that's tight. Now we put the whole unit back together again and see how we did. Okay, water is back on, and I think we're ready for a test. Tank is filled, so give it a shot over there.
Okay. No more noise.
I'm listening carefully. There's nothing. Not bad, huh?
That's great.
Sometimes I get lucky.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Now I have another noise, like a clickety-clack down in the basement. Maybe you could help me with?
Clickety-clack? Like a clickety-clack?
Yeah, with a little bang, bang.
With a boom, boom?
Yeah.
No, the Noise Patrol has checked out for tonight.
Oh, well, thank you anyway.
My pleasure. You were a
Thanks
great
a
sport.
lot.
So you only fix one noise per customer.
One per customer, absolutely.
So is it a new technology?
Well, this has been around since the late 80s, but it really didn't become popular till the law was passed in 1992 to reduce consumption on toilets.
And that reduction was down to 1.6 gallons per flush.
From 3.5, so almost in half.
Yeah.
Right.
What does it cost for a pressure-assisted toilet?
Any version that has this sort of tank inside is going to cost about $100 more than conventional.
All right, but it's got some nice features on it.
Right. The biggest thing is performance. It works. You don't have to flush it twice. If there's any complaint, it's that it's louder than conventional. The other interesting sidelight is that it doesn't have any chance to have any sweating coming from the tank.
Oh, by sweating you mean the condensation?
That's right, because there's no water sitting right behind this wall.
All right, I like it as a solution.
Now, you offered us some plastering, didn't you?
Absolutely, and just the other day I got a lesson from the master himself.
Kevin, let me show you what we have here. We have a homeowner who is increasing the efficiency of his house. He hired an insulation company to come in and insulate his roof with this liquid open cell insulation.
So you spray it in there as a liquid, but it expands into this rigid foam. And then that's nice because it seals all the cracks and gaps, stops air infiltration. We've used it a lot in the past, and the homeowner, well, he's going to be thrilled he's got this in there come wintertime. Unfortunately, he's been left with a pretty big hole.
The hole was needed so they could get in there and spray their insulation.
Okay, so we're going to do some sort of a patch job?
Exactly. Let me show you what the wall is made of first. The backing on the wall is a fiber board.
What is that? Yeah, look at that.
It's like an insulation board, but it's not very efficient. What it does is it gives a base for them to apply their brown coat or rough coat of plaster. On the surface of that, to smooth the wall off, is this nice hard finish of veneer plaster.
Yep.
It's really hard, and you paint right over it.
And it's been here for a while?
65 years.
All right. So we've got some alternatives, though. We could actually use drywall. We've done it a lot in the past. It's got a paper face, a gypsum core, and the procedure is what?
Well, we'd cut this to fit the hole, and then we'd tape around the perimeter, but we have to then build it up in multiple layers of joint compound, sanding in between, and it's not only time-consuming, but very dusty.
You don't sound too thrilled. Have you got an alternative?
Well, I want to match this hard finish with a skim coat plaster, but I have to use a different board. It's actually a blue board. The makeup is the same. And this is a gypsum product also. And this paper is designed to accept a skim coat or veneer coat of plaster right over it.
Okay, so by covering the entire thing, it avoids us having to just tape around the seams, those multiple layers of compound, and the sanding, because you can just get this butter smooth with the trowel.
Right, in about 45 minutes to an hour, we're going to be done.
All right, so how do we get started?
First thing I want to do is I want to cut a piece of this to cover the hole.
Gotcha.
Well, the first thing I want to do is I want to measure this hole. This is 19. I'm going to cut the piece 22. And it's 16.5 wide. I'm going to cut it 20 wide.
So you're actually going to cut an oversized patch.
Exactly. The original wall thickness is 7/8 of an inch. However, the blue board is 3/8 of an inch thick, so I'm going to need 2 pieces to fill the gap. Now, the reason I overcut this patch is because it's easier to cut the hole to match the patch than to cut the patch to match the hole.
Okay.
So I'm going to lay it over the hole.
Mind to me a little bit?
Okay.
A little more, good.
All right, now I'm simply going to trace around the blue board. Now we're going to cut on that line. We'll have a perfect fit.
Nice job, Tom.
Pull that right out. Now, we need something to affix our patch to. We have a nailer right here. Let me move that nail out of the way. But we don't have anything on the sides. So, what I'm going to do is, let me have one of these strapping. We're going to attach this strapping to the back side of our fiberboard simply by screwing through the surface of our plaster.
And then we can screw the new blue board to these.
Exactly. All right, now the next thing I want to do is I want to mark this 2x3 that's in the wall because we're going to use that to screw to.
Okay.
But you notice when I was cutting, I was holding my saw on an angle to back cut the hole.
did, yeah.
I don't want to have any interference. And I want this patch to fit nice. See? Goes right in.
It does. That's a good
There's
fit.
one. Now two. Now I'll simply screw through both pieces. Now you notice, Kevin, the screws are setting just below the surface, and I'm using this spring-loaded attachment.
Turns your drill into a drywall gun and gives you just the proper countersink.
Exactly. Now, to lessen the chance of having a crack around the patch, I'm going to use this fiberglass mesh tape to bridge that gap. But I don't want the tape to stand proud of the plaster veneer, so I'm simply going to take a chisel and simply chisel away the veneer. Okay, now before we apply the tape, I simply want to sand around the perimeter. Just scuff up the painted surface a little bit.
So that the plaster takes to it better.
A little better, yep. All right, let's bring in the veneer plaster. I'm going to put a little bit of water in here. I'm going to add about 2 inches, and as I start to mix, you're going to dump it in at the same time.
All right.
Go ahead.
Tell me when.
Keep going.
So what sort of consistency are you looking for, Tommy?
Well, we're looking for the consistency of like mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise, huh?
Yeah. And you keep mixing as you pour. If you pour the plaster in before the water, it'll become very lumpy. Keep it going. A little more. The next thing I want to do before I finish mixing is I want to scrape the side of the bucket. Take all the dry down into the wet. Because if I take it out of the bucket dry, I'm going to get lumps on the wall. Okay, so now I got to mix that into the batch. A little bit like making cookies.
With mayonnaise?
Yeah. All right, Kevin, here we go. Now, the first thing I want to do is you have that spray bottle. I want you to spray and really wet the area around the existing plaster.
Why are we doing that?
Because it's so dry that it'll take all of the water out of veneer plaster that we're going to put on, and actually it'll crack.
Okay.
Now we're going to get the plaster out of the bucket, and I'm going to simply use my trowel. What I want you to do is hold the bucket on a steep angle, right down like that, and swing it around, take it right up. I'm going to drop it right on my hawk. I want to get another one. You ready? Let's get one more. Hold that bucket.
Okay.
Okay. Now it's on the hawk. I'm simply going to take my trowel. I want to clean it. Take my trowel. I'm going to work it in like that. Bring it up. All right? Now I'm going to start at the bottom. I'm going to just bring it up. Get another batch. Push it in. Bring it up. Push it in, bring it up. Push it right down there.
It's all about the touch.
That's right. Okay, now let's load it up. Okay, here we go again. Start right at the bottom, push my trowel, and then I'm going to see how I flatten the trowel up as I go. That unloads the trowel. Okay, now watch again. I stop my trowel at an angle. Now I watch how I lay it right down. See that? Push it right on the wall. Now I'm just going to work it back. Okay, now up and down a little bit. Just give me a little bit of flatness. Now I'm going to let that set for about 5 minutes. All right, it's been about 5 minutes, so let me scrape some of this down. Okay, it feels pretty good. So now what I want to do is I'm going to give it one more coat to thicken up any voids. Lay it down pretty good. All right, now, what I want you to do, Kevin, is just mist it lightly all the way around the perimeter again. Now we're going to let that set, too, after you mist it for about another 5 minutes. The reason you want to keep misting around the perimeter, because the veneer coat is so thin there, it will dry quicker than the center, and we want it to dry all at the same time. You want to make sure that your tools are always kept clean, because the plaster would dry on them, forming a grit and scratching your plaster wall. You also don't want to rush the plaster. You want to make sure that it's set. Let's see how we're doing here. Well, it's getting there. Well, it's almost ready, but we're still getting a little bit of ripple in it, so not quite.
So a little bit of mist to fine-tune it.
Yeah, it just lubricates the wall so I can slide the trowel right across it.
So how long until this will set up when you're done troweling it?
Depending on the humidity, but average about 4 days. Then you're going to lightly sand it with some medium grit paper, prime it, and paint it.
Tom, you make it look easy.
Thanks, Kevin.
Nice job, guys.
Hey, thank you. But let's be honest. Tommy did most of the work.
Hey, you spritzed the wall.
It's true.
You're good at that.
Thank you. Well, until next time, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
I'm Roger Cook.
I'm Richard Thuy.
And I'm Tom Silva.
For Ask This Old House.
Here's your bottle there, bud.
Couldn't have done it without me. Huh?
Oh, no, I know. Yeah.
If you have a question about your house, email us at asktoh@pbs.org or write to us at the address on the screen.
Next time on Ask This Old House, Tommy makes some vinyl siding whole again.
Well, we have a hole in the siding here, and I was going to try to tackle the job myself, but I was worried that if I started taking the siding down to patch it, I'd end up with half a house without siding on it.
Well, I got a trick. Let's go around the house and see if we can find it.
I knew I could paint, but I never thought I could do this.
The Home Depot is proud to support Ask This Old House and to give you the know-how to tackle any project. The Home Depot. You can do it, we can help.
Not only can Schlage locks improve the look of your home, but they can also improve your peace of mind. They're designed to be easy to install and to keep your home safe and secure. Schlage locks are a proud sponsor of Ask This Old House.
Portions of Ask This Old House are brought to you by GMC, makers of professional-grade trucks and SUVs.
PBS.
Funding for Ask This Old House has been provided by
the people of Pella Corporation through the Pella Roll Screen Foundation. The Pella team is proud to support Iowa Public Television and proud to provide products for home building and remodeling projects that enrich your life.
Alaska. In the land where the promise of spectacular beauty lies just beyond each horizon. Take a journey that will have you wondering, what could possibly be more spectacular than what I'm looking at right now? Over Alaska.
Sunday at 6 on Iowa Public Television.
Next time on Nature, Alaska. In the midst of this natural splendor, a dark mystery is unfolding. Stellar sea lions are disappearing, and we don't know why. Searching for answers is filmmaker Shane Moore.
I've been following this story long enough to know that there's a long list of potential killers. There's lots of death, but no bodies.
Can we solve this mystery in Alaska before it's too late?
Tune in to Iowa Public Television, Sunday at 7.
We're known for our sense of humor here in the Midwest.
Well, maybe not as much as our how-to-itiveness, especially here at IPTV. I'm Paul Burge, and I tend to have my moments on living in Iowa. You might have seen me. You come to IPTV for instruction, inspiration, exhilaration, and we need you to help us keep the action and the laughter rolling. So meet the person who, with your help, makes it possible. Susan Morris. She's the president of Friends of IPTV Foundation.
Paul, we may have just the how-to program for you. Keep the programming you love on IPTV by joining Friends. Reach out online at iptv.org or call us at 800-728-2828 or kindly respond to your friend's mail. Iowa Public Television needs you to be a sustaining member of our Friends family. Thanks for all your support.
Make a date with Mozart for a spectacular summertime concert. Garrick Olson plays the Coronation Concerto, and Louis Langray and the Mostly Mozart Orchestra perform the Coronation Mass. Next time on Live from Lincoln Center.
Wednesday at 7 on Iowa Public Television. Coming to the fair? We'll be there, and we hope to see you. Come to the Varied Industries building to experience digital TV, pick up some great giveaways, and purchase merchandise from your favorite shows. Bring the kids for Clifford and Dan Wardell. Experience Iowa Public Television in person at the fair.
Funding for this program was provided by Friends, the Iowa Public Television Foundation. Generations of families and friends.
They find food hidden in sand and sediment that has been settling on the deck for years.